about to take off.
Hey everybody, it's me, Sweet Melody Media.
And it's your boy Killa Swag 216. And together we are killing them
And I'm
sweetly.
Sweetly. You already know. So,
Yeah.
what's going on this beautiful evening?
Oh man, it's a lot going on, man. You got the sun shining outside, you got people outside acting like they ain't got no sense, blasting music all over the place. But all in all, man, it's a good Friday, man, for real.
Definitely a good, beautiful Friday here in Jersey. I mean, we had like a 90 degree, sorry, day. It's definitely beach weather, so I'm excited about that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hmm. So, everybody, I see the title. It's Killing Them Sweetly, episode 4. Are black people racist towards other blacks? So, let's find out Killer Swag 216's take on it first. Do you think black people are racist towards other blacks?
I mean, I am so conflicted with that, but I have to honestly say it's kind of half and half. And I say that because it's so many times I can see us black folks, we come together, we act right, and it's just so crazy to see that. But then in other cases, we got so many black people that love nothing more than to put other black folks down, and it's just like, man, it's crazy, yo.
Absolutely. I think it's more of a self hate thing. Um, you hate the reflection you see when you look in a mirror. You hate your brown skin. You hate your hair on your head. You hate men or women. Like if you're a woman, you hate men. If you're a man, you hate women. It's just a lot of self-hate going on. um you might have had a bad upbringing. You hate your black mama. You hate your black daddy because he was never there. You hate your black whatever, anybody black around you because there's so much crime going on in the black community. You got people just hating, wanting to abort black babies, and it's just a whole bunch of racism towards ourselves, you know?
Yeah, right. It do be like that, man. It's like they just don't like the skin that they're in, and I just don't understand it sometimes.
Me neither. Like when I look in the mirror, I love my beautiful caramel light complexion, my hair. I got like 3B, 3C hair mixed with some, 4A, 4B. I got everything in my hair. Sometimes I can have an afro, sometimes there'll be curls. My hair is easy to straighten. So I have what they call in the black community good hair. And I think that,
Yeah.
and that's another self-hating term because
Hmm.
all black hair should be good hair, you
It
know?
should be.
Right. It don't
Should
matter.
be, man. It don't matter, yo.
Don't matter. Don't matter if you light skin, dark skin, or in between. You should always love yourself.
Absolutely, man. Because at the end of the day, you just got the skin that you're in. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, I love the skin that I am, man. Every time I look in the mirror, I just be like, damn, I look good. You know what I'm saying? Because I just like this caramel skin tone of mine, and I like the type of hair that I got. And sometimes when I rock the beard, or if I got like a goatee or something, like I can't imagine myself being any other color than what I am.
Exactly. Like I like black is beautiful if you think about it, but it's just society that's conditioning us as black people to feel like we're less than. And most of the time it's not even like white people or other races of people making us feel this way. It's ourselves. It's
Hmm.
us. It's us. And when I say black, I'm not just talking about African American. I'm talking about black people as a whole: African, Haitian, Dominican, Colombian, whatever you are, Brazilian. Black, there's a lot of self hatred going on.
Right. Absolutely. It's a lot of self hatred going on, and it's like. It's just a shame to see because I see so many beautiful black folks walking around all the time, and it's just crazy to think that they don't love themselves like that. It's crazy.
They really don't. And I mean, I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback because
Oh,
I'm going to get some pushback from the space, because I am adjacent to the
hmm,
manosphere. We are adjacent to the manosphere. We don't consider ourselves. Well, I don't consider myself manosphere. What about you? Do you?
no,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
at all. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of points that they make that I agree with, but as far as like my overall stance, I'm not manosphere. I'm just a man that just like logic.
Exactly. And I'm just a black woman who support black men. I'm always going to be adjacent. I'm always going to be by your side. I'm always going to speak on black issues between men and women, but no, definitely don't consider myself manosphere. But within the manosphere, I do see a lot of self hate. What do you think?
Hmm. I see it as well. I definitely see it as well. Like the thing about it is from me being a person from the outside looking in, I always thought of like the manosphere was supposed to be more like a brotherhood, like everyone's supposed to uplift each other and they all are supposed to rise together. But it seems like everybody has this I want to be the king god, I mean, complex or the god complex. Like nobody rules over me and this, that, or whatever. And it's like, it's not supposed to be like that, but that's just what I notice.
Exactly. It's like the crab in a barrel mentality. Everybody's pulling each other down. My channel is better than yours, and I'm not going to support this person. You got a lot of they were talking about it earlier, subscriber supremacy, which
Hmm.
like they want to clout chase from the people with more subscribers, and they don't show people with small channels love, and it's just a whole bunch of stuff going on in the space.
Right.
So
Yeah,
also,
man.
oh, go ahead. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, you go ahead.
No,
I'll
yeah,
keep it.
I was gonna say also, you see, this Pearly situation opened my eyes. Like,
You said what?
oh, I'm sorry, I muted myself. Can
I
you
was
hear
about to
me?
say you muted yourself. Yeah, you good now.
I was saying, and another thing with this whole just Pearly situation, you can have a woman of another race, a white person, coming into this space and having everybody going against each other, having everybody turning on each other, black skin turning on black skin, all because of a white woman.
Hmm.
And that's another form of self-hate. You guys are siding with a white person and putting down your own brothers and sisters. That's definitely a form of self-hate, in my view.
Exactly. Hmm. Yeah, and plus, a lot of them always love to talk about you don't mean nothing to me unless you got more subscribers than I do. I'm like, but what does that got to do with anything, yo? Like,
Exactly.
because we all supposed to be coming for the same goals, man. We all supposed to be coming for the same thing to uplift black men and help us be on our purpose. But all I'm hearing is just like, if you ain't making no money, or if you ain't got the same amount of subscribers as me, if you ain't got more than me, then I ain't even got no business talking to you. And it's like, man. Get out of here with that, man.
Exactly. And now, another thing I want to talk about is there's a difference between preference, having a preference of women, and hating your own yourself, self-hate and hating the women in your race.
Hmm.
Like anybody can have a preference, man or woman. If you want to be with a woman because um you feel like black or American women are not good enough for you, so you want to go overseas and get someone else or get someone else of a different nationality, that's fine. Like, do you. But don't do it just because you hate your own race.
Hmm.
Don't and talk down on your own race while dating, the specific person of another nationality. And you see that a lot,
Right.
especially in these spaces.
Yeah, you definitely do that. It's a lot of them like that, and all of them, they all have the masking of I'm trying to help as many brothers as I can, but at the same time, you also want to throw in, how you got so much money and you got so much subscribers. It's like, nah, man, like that's not what this is supposed to be about. This is why I don't really necessarily stand on the side of people like pro blacks and people like the manosphere type of people because they all two sides of the same coin because it's all about subscribers, it's all about the numbers, it's all about how much money you get on cash apps and all this stuff. So that's why I'm just like, if you're really about this stuff, most of the time you don't necessarily gotta flex and let people know that you about it. It just exudes out of you. But if you gotta really put it out there and be like, yeah, I got it like that, I got this, I got that, it's like, man, you sound almost as bad as them crooked pastors that be in them churches.
Exactly. And then you have the women like Cynthia G. She definitely hate looking in a mirror. Oh my God, she hates. You can tell she hate being black just by the way she speaks.
Hmm.
Abort black babies. Oh, these bandits this and these bandits that, and don't sleep with black men. It's like, you are mad, sis. You mad.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. It's pathetic, man. It's pathetic. Like I don't watch Cynthia G stuff, so I don't really have much to add on that sentiment. But I've heard all the stuff that she's said, and that's one of the main reasons why I don't watch it.
I think she's the biggest self hater in all of Black YouTube. Cynthia G takes the cake. She's worse than all of the pearl white woman worshipers. She's worse because she is definitely a white man worshiper. She's like, and I don't even think she dates white men. I actually
Hmm.
think she likes to sleep with black men, but she just hate the fact that black men have so many options and black. Like, she just she's cringe. She's disgusting. Like,
I can tell she makes your skin crawl just by you talking about it.
exactly. She's just disgusting. She's the worst. But we have a few videos that we wanted to show you guys about how much the black community hate themselves and each other.
Yeah, man.
So I'm
Yeah.
about to play them.
But before we do that, man, let's acknowledge everybody that then came through to show support for the show tonight, man. We gotta show love to the people because without the people, it'd just be just you and me up here talking, and that's not cool at all. So.
Not at all. Definitely
All
not.
right. So let's get this ball rolling. And plus, I made a promise to the chat the other time we streamed. I said I was going to acknowledge y'all. So let's get this show on the road. All right. Shout out to the homie Game Changer. First comment of the show.
Sup, GC?
Yeah, salute to you, my brother. I see you, PJ, in the chat. What's going on, man? Like, appreciate you being here, homie.
Hey.
Shout out to the homegirl Sherelle. I'm glad to see you pulled up to the show. You might be gone because I know you're on the road, but just thanks for pulling up anyway. Appreciate you.
Salute.
All right. Cynical one, I always know I can count on you to show up here. So salute to you. Salute to you.
Salute. And she says, hey, everybody, please like the stream.
Yeah, please like the stream. And also, like both of the streams because me and Melody we simulcasting on each other's channels. So if you can just hop on over to my channel and hit the like button, and then once you're done with that, you can come right back over to Melody stream. It's no problem. That's
Yes.
all I ask.
And make sure you guys are supporting him by hitting his Cash App. It's at the bottom of the screen. It's scrolling across. It's Killer Cow 10.
Yes, sir. All right. We got Eugene Steele. What's going on with you, my brother?
Hey, salute.
Salute to you. All right, top shots, 856 a court. Yeah, what's going on with you? Thanks for the pull up, homie.
Hey.
All right, let's see here. Okay. All right. K Capo, what's going on? UK brethren, what's good with you?
So he says, great topic. Thank you. We
Thank you,
appreciate
man. It's not like we didn't have a lot of ammo to go off of with this, man. So we appreciate everybody that helped with this.
you. Hmm.
All right. Happy life. Oh God, your crazy self.
Hey.
Salute to you anyway, bro. Salute to you. Oh man, you wild boy. What's going on, Sean? Salute to you for being in the chat, man. Racist, no, xenophobic. Yes. Hey man. I respect everybody's choices, bro. That's what's
Hey, Sean.
all right. Let's see. All right. Shout out to you, Knights Palace, man. Thank you for pulling up to the show tonight, man. You know what it is, man.
Salute.
All right. Oh, my homie Big Mufasa, aka Rick Ross. What's going on, man? Thanks for pulling up, homie. Shoot. Yeah, that's what I call him, man. It's kind of like a it's a thing me and him talk
Oh, okay.
about. Yeah. All right, Great Pill Podcast. Salute to you for showing up, man. I seen the comments in the chat, man. I can only do me, bro, man. I can't do nobody else but me. But salute to you for pulling up and salute for the advice you gave, man.
Salute.
All right, let me see. Angela C, what's going on with you?
Hey, girl.
Man, we might need you to pull up on the panel tonight, though.
Yeah, she be talking some good ish.
Yeah,
For real.
you already know. You already know. All right,
Mhm.
let's see. My homeboy Sporties is in the building. What's going on with you, man? Appreciate you, man. I always knew I could count on you, business partner.
Salute.
Yeah, man. Yeah, salute. All right, let me see if I see anybody else.
Oh,
Like I said,
Poppy. Hi, Poppy.
oh, I ain't even get to him yet. I seen it, but yeah,
I know. He,
there you go.
he said that I don't like Melody no more. She doesn't love me no more. That's not true. Much love. Peace to you. Much love. Much love to you. Shout out to you.
Oh man, yeah, salute to Poppy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Youngie, salute to you,
Oh,
bro. Salute
yeah.
to you. Yo. All right, let me see here. I see a lot of people. I see a lot of this channel. Oh, oh, we got a super chat.
Oh, thank you so much, Michael, for the $5 super chat. He says, Melody is so sweet. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Salute for the super chat, bro. Appreciate
Shout
it.
out to you.
All right, now we done acknowledged everybody that's in the chat for the night. So go ahead, Melly. Let's get this show on the road.
Let's go.
Is there
Everything on this channel is always fair use.
fair use?
Fair use.
All
Right. So let me just, before I share the screen, hold on, let me share the screen real quick.
oh, free zone Lou, what's going on, man? Salute to you, man.
Oh, I gotta get this going.
Oh, you
Hold
about to
on.
have no technical difficulties, oh.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I want to play first.
Oh
We had a
no.
couple of videos we wanted to play. Okay, I'm gonna play this first. And some of these videos are kind of old, but it doesn't matter. It's still self-hate and racist black people. So we're gonna get to that. So 1 second.
Hmm.
Let me pause it. Oh, here we go.
All right.
All right, fair use. Now I know a lot of you guys remember this. Put a one in the chat if anybody watched Dr. Phil or have watched Dr. Phil. Put a one in the chat.
Yeah, put a one in the chat. I know y'all saw it, man. It's been everywhere.
Yeah, I know y'all saw this, but this is how a lot of black women feel about themselves. They hate themselves. They can't stand themselves. Okay, so we got a couple of ones. I see three. See three ones. Okay, okay. Well, let me share the
Yeah,
screen.
yeah, it's a
Eugene
lot
still
of
says yes.
yes. My boy PJ says yes. Free Song says yes. Sign says yes. Cynical says yes. Like we got a lot of ones up in here, man.
Okay,
And
Michael
my
says yes. All right.
yup.
So we're gonna play a clip from Dr. Phil about a crazy black woman who don't even think she's black. She thinks she's white, guys. So
Yeah.
let me
Yes.
fair
And
use.
fair use and just let you know it's gonna be very cringe if you haven't saw it already.
All right, so brace yourself.
Ugh.
All right.
Okay, Treasure, how are you this evening? All right. Now, you've been listening to everything we've talked about so far, right?
I think you got it on mute, Melody.
Your mom
Oh, is
said
it
that.
muted?
Yeah, because I can't hear it.
What's going on?
I think you got the audio muted. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
oh, okay. All right. Okay, we got it. So let
All
me
right,
start it from the beginning. Can you see it?
yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Fair use, guys.
Fair use.
Yes.
Oh my god, yo. Like what? I mean, even though I see this already, but it's just like, wow, yo. Like what is this? Like she's on there talking about I like putting all the other blacks down and this and that and whatever. I'm like, first of all, how you gonna put anybody down with your damn teeth looking the way they look? Like, come on
Listen,
now.
I'm gonna blame it on her upbringing. Her mom and her dad didn't raise her right.
Right.
They obviously didn't tell her she was beautiful. They probably hated themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's why she feels the way she feels about herself.
All right, let me see. The mother orchestrated the whole thing just to get on Dr. Phil. It was all cap and she got found out.
Oh, really? So it's fake.
That's what Leonard said.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't care. But it also like it may be fake. I'm not even gonna sit here and act like, hey, it's not real or whatever, but at the same time it still highlights a problem that's in our society though.
Facts. So we're gonna let it play and just watch. This is crazy.
Fair use, everybody, fair use.
Go
How does
to,
she
to the daughter when
you
she was
believe that
talking. Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
I was
because
just
I
not.
don't care about the mama.
he says her now 16-year-old daughter Treasure has racist behavior and had it even as a child, but her behavior has worsened.
Say she have a body like Kim Kardashian. Let me rewind that.
Yeah.
Is that what she just said? Hold on. So she telling me that she don't perm her hair or blow her hair out and flat iron it. She's a lie. She's a lie. You can tell that's not naturally straight. That looked like 4C hair that was blow dried and flat ironed.
Yeah.
That's what that looks like.
This is fake.
I know, but you're not supposed to be announcing that. You're messing the show up.
Hey,
No,
that ain't me. Tell the chat.
I know, but don't pay attention to the chat.
Okay, okay,
No,
I
no,
got
it's
you.
cool. But no, how she's speaking is like this is how most black people think. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
They think they're better than other blacks. They think that they talk better than other blacks. I'm not even gonna lie. I always thought I was different, like growing up, because I wasn't in the hood talking with slang and fighting and acting bad. And that's the truth. But I never said I hate black people.
Right,
You know what I mean? And I never said, I just never thought that I was above anybody just because I
right.
wasn't like them. I just kind of distanced myself from them,
Hmm.
but people like this young lady, I mean, I don't know if it's real or fake, but there are people like this.
Yeah, there really are some people I like this. I actually met a couple of black people that acted just like this in real life. So this, no matter what you say about this that you see on the screen, there are people that are just like this. So they had to get it from somewhere.
Right, exactly. So I'm gonna move on to the next video, but that just goes to show. I feel this reminds me of like a Cynthia G type, you know,
Mhm.
abort all black babies. This is the type of woman that
Right.
is. Okay, but we're gonna move on to the next one. I had a couple of them queued up for you guys. Hold on, let me. Ah,
Hmm.
hold on 1 second, guys.
Yeah, be patient, y'all. She's doing what she can now.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Go to another one.
Yeah.
Guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. Make sure
Oh
you
yeah.
subscribe.
Hmm. Yeah, you damn sure gotta hit that like button so that the algorithm can show Melody some love. And if you're on my channel, hit the like button on my channel so the algorithms can show me some love as well. And if you got love for Melody, make sure that you're hitting the super chat so that you can help her be the best podcaster in this month.
Mhm.
It, you know what I'm saying? If you really want to help her, send her a cash app, hashtag Melanie Show. That's all you gotta do, man.
Oh, sorry. Hold on 1 second. Let me get back to the StreamYard. Okay, guys. Fair use. Fair use.
Fair use.
For you guys, in this video here, what I'm gonna be talking about is something I've really been thinking about, and I feel the need to talk about it. And I know a lot of people may judge me for what I'm gonna talk about in my video, but I don't really care about you guys judging me with what I'm getting ready to talk about in my video, you know. But let me just say this for the record. I'm gonna just say this. I don't like being a black man. And you
At least he's keeping it real. At least he's being honest.
Yeah, like I said once before, he laying it all out there.
Mm-hmm. Straight up. I don't like being a black man.
Yeah, I mean we do go through a lot in this society, man, and yeah, most people don't even care, but that's the life we live.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Fair use.
Yeah,
guys can judge me and say whatever you want to say, but I don't like being a black man because I feel that one thing I'm starting to realize in life is that you start seeing life for what it is the older you get, and it just seems that when you're a black man, society really doesn't respect you. If you look at other races of people, you notice how other races of women respect their men, but yet black women don't respect their men.
And that's exactly why I think a lot of men in the manosphere don't like themselves because of the women.
hmm,
They feel like black women don't respect them. So
right.
yeah, a lot of men feels like this guy here.
Yeah, and it's guys like this is the reason why the Manosphere was born in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy is in a manosphere.
I wouldn't know.
Following
I,
Obsidian.
oh no, man, I don't know. I don't keep track of all that, so I wouldn't have any idea.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Oh man.
Fair use.
Oh, fair use.
I was really thinking about this today from the time I woke up. Other races of women respect their men. Black women are the only race of women who don't respect their men. And you got a lot of black women who will say that it's no good black men available, and they'll go reverence.
Real quick, do you think that's true, Killer Swag? Do you feel like black women are the only race of women who don't respect their men?
Um, I say they're the most vocal. They're definitely the most vocal because you don't really hear a lot of white women saying that white dudes ain't ish, or you don't really hear a lot of Mexican women saying Mexican dudes ain't ish, even though like some they don't speak English a lot of the time. But still, the fact of the matter is like black women are the most vocal when it comes to their disdain of black men. Like I'm not saying all of them are like that, but
Mhm.
like I said, they're the loud minority. I say that.
Well, I'm gonna say this: a white manosphere do exist.
Hmm.
So white men feel the same way, are starting to feel the same way about their women. Do you agree?
Oh, I definitely agree. I think the whole Western society is jacked up. Because if it wasn't the case, there wouldn't be no white manosphere. I think women across the board are just jacked up for real.
This is
That's
true.
why a lot of these that's why a lot of these dudes are getting their passports to go to Colombia, Brazil, all these different places because they want a feminine woman that's just gonna be there and love on them and not give them no BS. You know what I'm saying? Or not no feminist crap.
Bingo. You said it. It's not just black women, it's westernized women.
Hmm.
So you can be an Asian American born woman and still be a disrespectful woman because of
Yeah.
American culture. Okay, so fair use.
Clue, be quiet in the chat.
Man,
Oh, hold on. What do you say before I play it?
The white manosphere exists because American women suck, not white women. Stop caping.
All right, hold on one second. Let
All
me get
right.
back into it. Fair use.
There you.
or a man of another race than to reverence their own race of men. And this just had me thinking that being a black man is hate. You know, society, like I said, has a negative perception of black men. If I had it my way, I wouldn't even be a black man. I really wouldn't. And I know I've said this before, and I'll say it.
I wouldn't say
He's
all that
saying
though.
so he's saying if he had it his way, he wouldn't even be a black man. So
Mm.
do we want to be a white man?
I think he said he would rather be anything but black.
That's crazy.
Again, because it just seems like when you're a black man, you're just destined to experience a lot of negative shit in life. You know, it seems like as a black man, in order to be respected, in in order to be seen in a positive light by black women, especially black women, it's like as a black man, you have to, um, as a black man, you have to be an exception to the rule. And it's like if you're not an exception to the rule as a black man, you know, you get looked down upon as a black man. It's like if you a black man who's mixed, or if you a black brother who's light skinned, you know, you'll get respected. You know what I'm saying? You'll get more respect from black women versus if
Mm.
you a regular brother.
What's your
It's a
take
lot
on
of
that? It
it's a
sounds
lot of
like,
men.
huh? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's a lot of guys that I know that feel like that though.
Well, if they were light skinned, they would be better
Yeah,
off.
yeah. But then of course, you would also have to deal with the dark skinned people be trying to want to fight them because they feel like the light skins are the pretty boys and stuff like that.
Hmm. It sounds more like a colorism issue with him
Could be.
because he's saying he don't like being black, but then in another breath he's saying if he was light skinned, it would be better
Hmm.
for him. So he don't like being dark skinned.
Yeah. I mean, for what I understand, except for the ones that's like really openly proud to be dark skinned, a lot of them kind of envy their skin tone.
Hmm.
Like, why do you think a lot of people be bleaching their skin? It's a lot of folks out here that be bleaching their skins. You know what I'm saying? Some you see on YouTube, some you see on TV, some you don't hear about. But you got people out here that be bleaching. I mean, hell, look at that baseball player Sammy Sosa.
Hmm.
That he was a guy that had skin tone kind of like mine and stuff. He had that for years playing baseball. But if you seen him recently, you would think that this dude took a bath in powder.
Yeah, I saw a picture of him. He don't look nice at all.
No, right.
Yeah. So yeah, and then you have people like Michael Jackson. You got the
Yeah,
women. I think what's her name? Megan Good. She look a lot lighter than she used to be.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I remember them days seeing her on Cousin Skeeter and stuff, and then look at her now. Yeah, you can tell.
right, she was a lot browner and prettier because I
Hmm.
because when you bleach your skin, it takes away from your looks. Definitely. So I don't understand why
Hmm.
people do it.
Hmm. Salute to you, Clue.
Salute, Clue.
Yeah, see, names catching on.
They love it.
I know.
Hey, fair use.
Fair use, yo.
And it's just sad that you know when you're a black man that you have to it's like when you're a black man, if you don't, especially if you're a black man who doesn't fit the negative stereotype that you see on TV, on BET, you get ostracized against. But it's like, as a black man, you don't really get respect for being decent. The only time you get respect for being a decent black man is if you light skinned or mixed, as if I said, as if I as I stated already. Um, it's just like, I wish my dad, when I was young, he told me that the world hates a nigga. He told me that it's hard being a black man, and about how hard life is, and the experiences that you're going to experience as a black man. My dad couldn't have been more real with me, because he was totally real with me. Now I see why he said what he said. Being a black man is not beautiful,
Mm,
and Lord knows I know it's nothing I can do about being a black man, but I see why my dad told me the things he told me now, because he was trying to warn me
all right, pause it.
that when I
Whew.
He said, being a black man is not beautiful.
Mm.
Thoughts? What's your thoughts?
I, I, I feel him on that, but at the same time, I can't agree with that sentiment because, like I said once before, like I love the black skin and I'm in. I can't imagine myself being anything but what I am, because I understand where he coming from and everything that he's probably endured ever since he was a child up until he became a man and stuff like that. And it's not like the stuff that he's saying is wrong, because I mean everything he's saying is straight facts. But
Mm-hmm.
at the same time, we as black people, we always we always get it out the mud, no matter what. So
Hmm.
no matter how we are, we always got to fight for our acceptance. And me personally, that's what makes us the warriors that we are, in my opinion. Because I honestly, I don't want to have nothing easy. That would just make me lazy. Like if I gotta fight for somebody accepted, like don't get me wrong, like I'm not trying to get nobody to accept me because either you rock with me or you don't. But at the same time, it's like I like the fact of being in my own skin, looking in the mirror and embracing who I am. Because it's not just me that I'm embracing. Embracing the people that came before me, whether it be my father, my mother, my grandparents, my great grandparents. Like I'm embracing my heritage. And that's just me. But like I said, I understand where he's going through. And plus, let's just be for real. Like we black men, we have the most swag in the entire world. So it is what it is.
Yeah, like black men are the to me are the best men ever. And I'm not just saying this because I'm black, but I sincerely say that you guys are strong, you guys are powerful, you guys are handsome. It's like you don't understand like the power black men hold. Like it's amazing. Like just your presence, like just black men's presence, swag, everything about black men is like A1. But I just feel like I can't stop like the women make you feel less than. Like I really do think a lot of self-hate from men is because of how women treat you.
Hmm.
And then you guys sit there and wonder, well, damn, why other races of men get the special treatment and we don't? Like, what are we doing wrong? And I know that's how a lot of black men feel, but believe
Hmm.
me, it's not you. Like, me looking at it, men aren't getting treated like they should. They're not getting the
Hmm.
respect that they deserve. And that's just what it is. And I think that's really why a lot of men feel like he feel.
Hmm. And plus, what a lot of people don't realize, especially when it comes to a black man in this society, like a lot of black dudes, even though some of them probably say, "Oh, I'm capping, I'm lying, I don't know what I'm talking about." The majority of us don't want to date outside of our race. We want to only date black women. We only want to be loved by black women. We only want to be caressed by black women. But when you constantly get met with stuff like that all the time, basically saying you don't measure up, you ain't nothing, you ain't this, you ain't that. But then when you come across another type of woman that's giving you the affection that you've been so desperately desiring, it's like,
You see,
what?
mhm,
Why in the world would I stay over here when I can get
right.
what I want over here?
And you see your self worth. Like a lot of women make you see your self worth. Because
Hmm.
from what I see, how black women treat black women make you guys feel worthless, you know? And then you got this chicken head over here talking about abort black babies, black male babies. We don't need no males in our community. Like, what? The community is the males. Without the males, there's no community, dummy. Like, there's no community without the men. So she just wants it to be a community full of ignorant ghetto black women.
That's
And
what
and,
she want.
and then what's gonna happen? Because a lot of black women are not attracted to other races of women. I mean other races of men. So what's gonna happen is the black women are gonna become lesbians and start dating each other because there's no men around. And then they're gonna stop the human race, dummy.
Hmm.
Like that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And she don't see that.
No, she just they don't say that at all.
No. So yeah. But no, I just want the black men to know if they don't love
Yeah,
y'all,
man.
love you. So,
Right. Shoot. Hey, man, I'm digging that passion that you had right there, man. Like that's what's up. That's desperately needed in this society, especially in the black community. Like we need more black women to be like, men, we love you. We respect you. We appreciate you. All that stuff, man. Like, hey, shoot, we need that more than a lot of people want to admit.
hmm we do. Or black men are gonna leave like they've been doing. Rightfully
Hmm.
so. They're gonna go
Yep.
find love elsewhere. So
Yep. And
together.
then they're gonna be trying to shame them to come on back like, yeah, I don't know what you think you getting over there. You ain't getting nothing over there with dirty feet women and blah blah blah, yada yada yada. So
hmm And black
but it's
women.
like,
Oh, go ahead.
no, you go.
I was gonna say black women really get upset. Like I've seen it. When they see a black man walk past with another race of woman, they get so upset. You can see it all in their face. They get mad. They just start frowning. Their face turn red. They just look the woman up and down. There's a lot of jealousy when a black man is with another woman.
Mm-hmm.
So if they don't get their acts together, that's going to be the norm, seeing interracial couples. And I can't be mad at it.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, let's be for real. Like, the interracial couples are on the rise. Like, even though I don't watch a lot of television like that, but when I'm at work and I just happen to catch, a commercial or something like that, I see a lot more black dudes with white women, Asian women, and then I see some black women with white dudes or something like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this interracial stuff is just on the rise, and unless y'all want these guys to continue to make these mixed breed babies, I suggest y'all better start really taking a long look in the mirror and see what you want to do.
Exactly. And then the ones that are dating white men because they hate black men so much, they're creating the very girls and women that they hate.
Hmm.
The light skinned mixed, woman. That's what they're creating, messing with these white men. So it's
Right.
just, and that's why a lot of them abuse their children because when they look at them, they see that girl that they hated. So it's just a crazy dysfunctional thing that's happening.
It really is. It really is. But
Mhm.
until we get everything in order, it's just only gonna get worse from here on out.
Facts. And like PJ Austin said, hit the like button
Exactly.
and subscribe.
So salute to my homie PJ for that, man. Salute to you, bro.
So, okay, let's get to the video. Fair use.
Fair use.
Got grown as a black man what I was gonna be up against, and now I see exactly what I'm up against. When like my dad told me, the world hates a nigga. That's the honest to God truth. The world does hate a nigga, and it's like as a black man, you have to try extra hard to gain the approval of people, because as a black man, people already have a negative perception of you. Even if you don't act like the negative bullshit that you see on BET, people already feel some type of way about you. They already have a negative opinion about you. And it's absolutely disgusting when you can see um, other races of men and how their women respect them and how their women treat them like kings, but black women have absolutely no respect for a black man. I really believe that black women hate black men.
Mm.
My dad told me when I was younger that black women didn't have respect for black men. Now I see what he said. Black women don't have respect for black men. You never see any other race of female degrade their men the way black men do. Have you ever seen a Hispanic woman or a Caucasian woman tell their man that he ain't shit? But you'll always see a black woman tell a black man that he ain't shit.
I mean, I, I don't see where a lie is told, man.
Yeah. Oh, I
Nelly,
was on mute. Oh, I was
I'm
on
about to
mute.
say,
I keep muting myself. No,
uh,
he said, have you seen a Hispanic or a white woman say their man ain't ish? Heck yeah, I've seen that.
mm,
I've seen it over here. Remember, I'm in Jersey, so I've seen it
oh
all.
yeah, yeah.
I've seen it all. I've I told y'all the story about the Asians in the Chinese restaurant.
Oh yeah, you did tell that story.
Yeah. The woman threw her phone at her man.
Hmm. Oh
So
yeah, I definitely remember that story.
yeah, so like we said, it's a Western woman thing. It's not just a Black woman thing. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
yes, Black women are more disrespectful than other women. I can say that for
and
sure.
definitely more vocal.
Yes.
Hmm. All right, we got the super chat going on the stream from Michael again. Salute to you, brother.
Thank you, Michael, for the $5 super chat. He says, our women think it's square and lame to love us. These childish mofo want me cool. Facts.
Yeah, man, that sounds like some high school ish, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is, man. It's sad too, man. Like, when was it wrong to love? Like, maybe I should have just. Maybe I need to build a time machine and go back to wherever time it was to, that was cool to love on somebody. Because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, and call me corny, but I love to love. I'm a
Mm,
lover. I'm not a hater.
right,
So I trust me. In relationships, I love all on my man. I make sure he's good. I make sure he's fed. I make sure his house is clean. I rub his feet, rub his back, kiss on him, massage his body. And when he
yeah.
want whatever he want, his wish is my mm, command. So you can
uh,
imagine what I'm talking about.
right,
Anytime, any place, whenever he wanted. So yes, I do cater to my relationships when I'm in them.
right.
Some
That's a
some
good
women
thing,
don't know
man.
how to do that.
Yeah, yeah. Some women don't handle that, man. Like, and by that sentiment, you will be labeled a pick me for that. So,
Hey, I don't care. I guess I'm gonna pick me then. But
hmm.
I do like to make sure somebody said it. His stomach is full and his balls are empty. Absolutely.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? See?
Keep it real.
Ain't no wrong. You gotta send a man home happy, man. Send him to sleep happy. Shoot.
And I can't stand when people call someone a simp just because they love. That's not the definition of
Man, shoot, man. I've heard recently now most married men are called simps. I'm
it.
like, yo, so you can't love on your wife? It's
Right.
one thing if you trying to get at a girl you ain't got yet, then yeah, I can understand that. But if you pining and loving on a woman that agreed to walk down that aisle with you, put them rings on their fingers, and decide to take your last name, and people say, "Oh, man, you a simp for doing for your wife." Like, but that's my wife.
Exactly. Exactly. As long as she love and honor you, you can do the same. There's nothing wrong with that. No, you're not a simp if you do that.
Right.
So, all right, guys. So fair use. I'm getting back to the video.
Fair use.
That's why I've come to the conclusion that black women have hatred for black men. They don't like black men. And
I do agree with that. A
Mm,
lot of black women have a lot of hatred for black men.
mm-hmm. Get on an argument from me on that one.
Hmm.
it's sad when you're a black man because, you know, as a black man, you're going to experience a lot of hatred from people. And when I was young, I was not aware that people had so much hatred for black men, but people really do hate black men. People have a lot of disdain towards black men. And there is nothing beautiful about being a black man. As if I stated before, I'm not proud to be a black man, because I really see that people really do feel some type of way about you when you're a black man,
Mm.
and it's just sad. And I just wish like hell, if I had a choice, hell, I wouldn't mind being Puerto Rican. Shit, you know,
Wow.
You know,
He
He
said he
said it.
won't being Puerto Rican, so he really hates being black. Like it sounds to me like he needs therapy really bad because this sounds like a
Yeah,
bad case of self hate.
that and plus he has a hell of a lot of mental scarring going on in that brain of his. But to say he wants to be a whole nother race of Puerto Rican at that to do it, it's like, no, man. Like, yeah,
Right.
he needs help.
And Puerto Rican is Western, isn't it?
Yep.
Like you Puerto Rican, you probably going through the same thing with a spicy Latina. The same thing.
Hmm. Exactly, PJ. Gotta take that love everywhere you go, bro.
Hmm. Positive energy only.
Hmm.
Definitely. All right.
Yes, yes, he
Fairies.
do got emotional damage. Yes, he do.
Oh, emotional damage. You got to get
Yeah.
that.
Oh
That
yeah.
sound bite.
I'll probably get that clip later on tonight.
Hmm. Exactly. Right,
See
Sean.
that?
There are Afro Puerto Ricans. So I don't
Right.
understand what he meant by that, but okay. And
Yeah.
exactly, Puerto Rican
What?
isn't a race.
No, it's not. It's really not.
Right. They have black Ricans and white Ricans. So
Hmm.
so him saying he wish he wasn't black is definitely self-hate because you could be like a black African or a black you can be a black Brazilian, a black another race and have it way better than a black American.
Hmm.
So saying you don't like being black, you're saying you don't like what you look like.
Yeah. And that's a lot of trauma that he has to overcome because no matter what he does, he's gonna always be that person that we see staring into the camera talking to us whenever he stares into that mirror. So, like I said, don't get me wrong. Being black does have his moments of struggle and all that stuff, but it also has his moments of beauty too. Because we as black folks definitely we go through things that a lot of people don't understand, but at the same time, we the only ones that can comprehend what we're going through because nobody else can walk in our shoes.
Right. And PJ, absolutely. People don't understand the difference between race, nationality, and ethnicity
Facts.
at all.
Hmm. They really don't, man. And it'd be funny too, just seeing them thinking that they just know, like they just really believe that, yo. Like it'd be so funny. Cause
People
like I
be
said,
like,
I've worked around. What'd you say?
I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I worked around so many different nationalities in my life and ethnicities and so I could tell the difference. But a lot of people would just be thinking that it's just the same old. But that'd be so funny to me. But you go ahead.
And, and people be like, you ain't black, you Dominican. What? You understand how stupid you sound? Like, it's just stupid. People do
Hmm.
need to learn the difference between nationality, race, and ethnicity. Definitely. I agree with that 100%, PJ.
Hmm.
So, fair use.
Fair use.
because being a black man just ain't cutting, you know. And I know a lot of people will say that, oh, you got self hate, you don't love yourself,
Oop, you said it too, man.
you know,
Hmm.
because you want to be, you know, a part of another race. But people can say what they want to say. It is with me. It is what it is. You know, I really could. I really could care less. But this is something that I really wanted to talk about because if you really think about it, and I want you guys to think about it as well, there ain't shit beautiful about being a black man. It really isn't anything beautiful about being black.
Cap.
I used to think that it was, but if you look at how black men are treated in society, if you look at how a black man is treated by his own race of women, I mean, it's terrible, you know. And it's
Mm.
like, as a black man, you can't even be an average looking brother to be seen as good looking by a black woman. It's like with a, it's
Now that I agree with.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be exceptionally good looking for a lot of these women who are below average. Like how you a 4 wanting a 10?
Yeah, they'll be making no sense.
Exactly.
Motherfucker be eating on some Funyuns and don't ain't never had been to the gym a day in their life, but yet they want a dude that's chiseled out of stone and got that jawline that's just so tough and rough and got abs for days and stuff like that. They think they entitled to that type of stuff. It's like first of all, what are you planning on doing to get him? Because you think he's gonna want to deal with you?
Right. Especially if he's looking like that. He can have whoever he wants.
Yeah, he can have his pick of the litter. And I mean, at the same time, who's really going to get mad at him for picking whatever he wants, except for the woman that can never get him?
Exactly. She over there looking like Lizzo. Think she can have a built man with a 6-pack. Oh please.
Right. Yeah, man. You got to look good, man, to get a lot of these women, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but fair use.
Fair use.
like, as a black man, in order to be seen as good looking, it's like you got to be above average. You can't be like a 6 or a 7. You got to be an 8, 9, 10. You got to be an exceptional type of black man in order for a black woman to see you as attractive and respect you. But it's sad, and that's why I can truly say that, as a young black man, there is nothing beautiful about being a black man,
Mm,
because most of your experiences in your life are going to be negative. As a black man, you're going to have a lot of negative experiences as a black man, you know. And I truly believe that if I was a part of any other race, a lot of the shit that I've experienced, I would have never experienced it. That's why my attitude is like, fuck being black. I'm out.
Wow.
he just
All
need a
right.
hug.
Yeah, he needs a therapist.
He need a therapist, a hug, and some sage and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's really sad.
He needs some
And
spiritual cleansing or something.
right. And like we said earlier, he is an example of how a lot of the brothers are in the space.
Hmm. Even though a lot of them would never admit it, but yeah, that's basically the poster child for what we have in these YouTube streets.
Exactly. A hurt man who don't like what they look like and can't stand his race and he wants to be part of someone else's race.
Hmm.
And shout out to the passport bros, but there are some passport bros who travel to other countries to learn other people's culture because he secretly wants to be their nationality. He don't want to be a
Hmm.
black man.
Yeah, but no matter what, you can never change who you are, no matter what you do to your skin. Can't do none of that. But
Mm-mm.
yeah, he like I said, I feel for the guy. He hit on a lot of great points, but at the same time, me being the type of person that I am, I can't see myself being anything but what I am. Like I enjoy being a black man. I enjoy living that type of life. You know what I'm saying? Like just like the homie PJ said in the chat, like being black sometimes is dangerous, but sometimes I get a thrill out of that because we're like the commodities that a lot of people want. You know, like because
Mhm.
let's be for real, everybody at least want a black person at least one time in their life.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Yeah, so we're like the people that we just sprinkle in and just make everybody's day better. And plus, let's just be for real. Like our swag is off the chart. Nobody could do the things that we can do. Nobody can really make up the certain type of words or put our own type of swag to it, you know?
Hmm. Exactly. Real quick, I'm gonna play another short. Now, this short is from someone who you guys probably know, Sansaray, but I just thought it was interesting. I'm gonna have a few of them from her, so let me get that queued up.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna start it from the beginning.
Right.
Hold on. Okay, fair use.
Fair use.
Um,
Oh, and shout out to the new subscriber to Melody's channel, man. Appreciate you stopping through, bruh.
who? I didn't hear what you said.
No, I was talking to the Damon Tighten Up for subscribing to your channel. He said he subscribed to it and he liked the video. So I'm just
Oh,
saying
thank
salute to the
you.
homie.
Salute to you. Thank you for that. Okay, fair
Sure.
use.
Fair use, y'all.
Cap,
What happened? I don't hear anything.
you can't hear it?
Only thing I hear sound like a bunch of air.
Oh, so you guys can't hear it? Let me see if the audience also can hear it. If you can hear it in the audience, put a one in the chat.
And if you can't hear it, put a two in the chat.
I don't know if
So
they can hear it or not.
so far there ain't nobody writing anything.
Mm-mm. Oh, they
Okay,
can't hear it.
I knew I wasn't the only one.
Okay, let me know
Yeah,
now. Hold up.
it's a lot. It's a lot of them saying too. Yeah, they ain't hearing it.
Can y'all hear it now?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, this is odd. Why?
Can you share shorts?
Yeah.
Mm,
Hmm. So everybody's saying they can't hear it.
yeah, everybody said it.
All right. Let me try again. Hold on. I'll play something else then.
All right,
Hold on.
all right. So far, I'm still seeing a lot of twos flooding in the chat, so that's what let me know I wasn't the only one.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this. Tell me if you can hear it. Hold on.
Okay.
Someone's gonna see this and
I hear
hopefully
this one.
Okay.
their impact on life. And I know I look very ratchet right now. I got face crap all over me. But
In a bonnet.
I have to
Lord have
say this
mercy.
because I feel like
Wait, hold on.
so
What'd you
bad
say?
for not saying this.
Huh?
And hopefully someone takes
What did you say?
I said she got a bonnet on.
I know she looked a mess. She got like a face mask that she put on before bed and a bonnet. She looks
Yeah.
horrible.
Like, why do women feel so comfortable with bonnets on the screen, man? Like, ugh, I don't know,
Um,
man.
yeah, I can't cam up unless I have my hair done, lip gloss on. That's just me. But some girls don't care, like, at all.
No, no, they don't. They don't at all.
Mm-mm. But let's hear what she got to say. Fair
All
use.
right, fair use, y'all.
for me. But I have to say this because I feel like so bad for not saying this. And hopefully someone takes some kind of lesson from this. Um,
All
if
that shit off
girls
my face.
are mean towards each other, girls are hateful, girls are nasty, girls aren't proud of who they are, they are so consumed in trying to be something that they're not. And I know for a very long time, especially in middle school, I was very stuck on the fact that I hate being black. And it took a long, long time for me to be comfortable and confident with who I am and being black and realizing that my hair is not like white people's hair or Mexicans' hair or anyone outside of my race. It's coarse, it's thick, it's sometimes nappy. It's not going to be all thin and flowy. I realized that
Now, this is my problem with a lot of black girls and black women. They worship white people and other people's hair so much over theirs. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Instead of saying, hey, I love my hair, I like the way it grows differently, I can put it in different styles, I can braid it up, I can dread it up. A lot of people can't do that. Instead of loving what you were born with, you sit there and you put other races of people on a pedestal. Oh, I don't have flowy, pretty hair like these people. Like, come on. This is like, that's so sad. The self-hate is real.
Yeah, it's definitely real, man. It's just like the fact that you feel comfortable saying all of this while you got that gook on your face and the bonnet on your head, and you talk about how you don't like being black because white people got certain type of hair textures and stuff like that. So let me get this straight. You want to smell like a wet dog too?
Oh my God. I can't believe you said that.
I'm just being honest, man. Like, shoot, it's a lot of them, man. Like I said, and I know a lot of white people, and there's some white people that I've encountered in my life. They're cool, but I would never want to be a white person because I'll be, like I said, sometimes when it be hot outside, you can smell the sweat off of them, and it's like, oh my god, like we as black folks, we really have to be doing something for us to be like really musty or we don't shower. Those white folks, they could be the showered or did everything, but if it get outside, you be smell like wet animals and stuff like that. Like, no, I'm cool on that.
Oh my God. Who agrees with that on the panel? What he's saying? Anybody second that?
It's
What
all
you
in
say?
diet.
What do you think about when it gets cold outside? Do they win in that department?
Say again?
Mm.
I said when it's cold outside, when it's very cold, do you think white people win in that department?
Yeah, they do. It's from genetics from way back. If you look at black people, or let's just get I'm gonna get away from saying black people, black Americans, right? Everything else is cut up and is differentiated, and people don't want to admit it. But you look at black Americans. Black Americans are not hairy people. See, through evolution, people that have more hair on their body, that causes you to, be warm in cold climates. That's the reason they have a issue with doggone tanning, because the more melanin you have in your skin, you are more resistant to sun, but you're less resistant to cold. Okay, it's genetic fact.
Mm.
Just
It's
look
like
into it.
this.
Look into it.
it-
That's
It's like the sun people versus the ice people, something of that.
no. I mean, like I said, it's from evolution over time, and if someone's very hairy, you know, they're from like a cold climate, whereas back in the day, they needed that additional layer over their skin to keep heat in, whereas melanated people didn't need that hair covering, and melanin assists in not causing you to get skin cancer from the sun. Like I said, just don't you don't have to believe me. Just people research this stuff themselves. They'll find out.
Yeah, I definitely check that out, Leonard.
Yeah, just look into it. It'll blow your mind. You'll be like, whoa, wait a minute. Now we reflect sun and they burn up.
When
But
Wow.
then if you put us in a cold climate, our circulation gets cut off because we don't have any layers of protection against cold weather.
yeah. Oh, you said what I was about to say, Angela, about them wearing shorts in the winter and no jackets. I always
Oh
No
wondered
man,
hats,
about that.
no
man,
One thing one
I
thing
had a
about
family.
white people that I'll give to them is that they don't give a fuck when it comes to cold weather. They be putting on t-shirt, a tank top, and some shorts.
They don't
30
care.
degrees.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah.
like when we went Iraq, everything was cool beans until we hit Kuwait, because Kuwait is hotter than Iraq. Boy, them white folks was falling out like flies,
Okay.
straight dehydrated. Just get off the plane, get to walking around. Don't be there a good hour. They be like, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Oh, we got a heat casualty, heat casualty. Stick an IV in.
Oh my God.
So
It
real
was
quick,
it was crazy.
all right, we'll get back to the commentary. Let's just play the video a little more.
Fair
Okay.
use.
I'm not going to be able to do certain things because of my race. Um, but at the time, none of that made sense. When I kind of got into high school, it changed. It was more of, okay, you know what? So all the boys like white girls. I don't care. I used to ask white guys out, and they say, "Oh, I won't date you for the simple fact that you're black." What? Like I'm putting myself out there. I'm asking you, and you won't date me for the simple fact that I'm black. Like who says that?
Now
You
that's
don't
messed up.
say that to people. And I know you're probably just like an immature.
Maybe it's because they're just not attracted to you. Did you ever think about that?
Woo.
Honestly, it's tribalism.
Maybe it's tribalism?
That's something that goes way, way back. People normally unite in bunches amongst their own kind,
Hmm.
right down to the appearance and the look.
Right.
I mean, when you all were in high school, right, and you seen everybody hanging out, you see like a bunch of the light skinned brothers hanging out. You see the dark skinned brothers over there. You see the light skinned sisters over there. The dark skinned sisters over there. Did you all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's all it is tribalism. It's nothing to do with because she's black. I mean, even if he did say that to her, which I seriously doubt, it doesn't sound.
I was gonna say that. I
Yeah,
don't
it
think.
doesn't sound. It sounds like she's having a pity party, but it's tribalism.
Look, check it out, y'all. I got a solution for her. All she got to do is go under the knife, be light skinned with Negro features, not European features, but Negro features. That way you can get love for both sides, and that solve your problem.
Oh my God, yo.
You with that going under the knife.
That doesn't work. Look at what happened to Halle Berry.
What happened to her?
Shit, she can't keep a man, black, white, otherwise, and she's always getting whooped on.
Yeah, but
It's
I
not
heard she
that
was crazy.
It's not that she's picking abusive men, because every man is not going to beat on a woman. It's something she's doing that's bringing that animalistic behavior out of a man. I mean, men she's dated, she lost hearing in one ear because Wesley Snipes slapped her hearing almost gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, for everybody that's watching and tuning in right now, man, when you're just coming into this fine show we doing tonight, make sure y'all hit that like button. Right now, I see 31 likes in Sweet Melody Media's chat, and I only seen 6 in mine. Can I at least get 10 tonight? Jesus! That's all I ask. Is just give me some love too. Quit being selfish.
Yeah,
But
go to
anyway,
his chat. I need my mods dropping his link in the chat.
yeah,
Let the lights hit the
I'm
views, y'all.
And make
yeah. I'm
sure
not.
he, oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
He
Yeah.
only needs 8 more likes. I mean, I'm sorry, 8 more subscribers. So I need 8 people right now who's not subscribed to Killer Cat. Killer, I said Killer Cash. Look
Yeah.
at Killer Cash. Send him a
Killer
cash app.
Swags.
I'm thinking about giving him money. Y'all send him a cash app. The cash app is scrolling below. But Killer Swag. Make sure you guys subscribe to Killer Swag. He needs 8 more subscriptions to get to 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Now, it's something I want to ask you all.
Mm-hmm.
Did you all see the movie Straight Outta Compton?
I
Yeah.
can't say I have yet.
You
I
haven't
seen the
seen
trailer.
you haven't seen Straight Outta Compton yet with the Eazy-E, Dr. Dre. Okay. Well, anyway,
I
for
don't
those
watch
that
a lot of TV, man.
that's not a TV, that's a movie. But
I
anyway,
know.
oh, okay. We're cutting hairs here.
Yeah.
Did anybody that watched the movie, did you all notice the difference in the females from the beginning until when they got to the end? Did you all notice that?
Mm-mm.
Did you notice the more money they made, the lighter skin the women got?
Mm-mm.
Watch it
Oh yeah.
again.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Watch it
that's
again when they was in there doing the first recording in Lonzo's basement. They had chocolate sisters in there with them. But by the time it got to everybody and got their dollars, the whole demo changed.
I mean, I understand that being a light skin is the important role, but the problem is you have to maintain that image. You can't just be light skinned and say, "Oh, I look good, pick me." It's like, no, you still gotta be feminine, light skin, feminine, Negro features. That's gonna get you far. That's what I think.
All right, guys, let me finish playing the video. Fair use.
fair
Yeah, but
use.
you don't say that. And apart from that, it's just like I hated my body. I'm very, very skinny. I did not start weighing over 100 pounds till like 10th grade, and I had no butt, I had no boobs. It was like all sticks, and in magazines and on TV, the popular girl or the pretty girl or whatever is more of a white girl. And for me, it took a long, 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 long time for me to be happy with being black and being with who I am and realizing that I will get natural curves eventually and that I don't have to wear makeup or dress a certain way or act a certain way for people to like me, for me to attract boys. Now, I know no boy will like me like this with all this crap on my face. Just, I want y'all to learn to be happy with who you are. Realize that, yeah, you may be skinny, you may not be fit to be a model, you're not going to be fit to be this famous image, but you are fit to be who you are. And that's very, very, very important to be who you are. I was adopted and it hurt me not knowing exactly who I am. But
All right, so that's probably the issue. She was
That
probably
is.
most likely adopted by Caucasian people.
See? Exactly. There you go.
And
Identity crisis. That's the
mhm,
foundation of all of her problems.
exactly. And she wanted to look like them.
Mm-hmm. And she's
More
got
than likely.
parental issues because she was adopted.
Definitely. And they probably never told her she was beautiful or her hair is nice. Like if she was with her real biological family, they probably would have told her, embrace your hair, embrace your complexion, embrace your people. But I can't see them saying that to her, the white people.
I mean, they couldn't relate to her, so how could they tell her that?
Mm, exactly. All right, fair use.
Fair use.
I know now, and I'm so thankful and so blessed to know just a little bit about why I am the way I am and why I look the way I look. And some of the things will never be explained, but I just want y'all girls to understand at the end of the day, we have each other. No guy goes through what girls go through. No guy will ever understand what we go through. And that's such a beautiful connection that us girls, us women that we have. And to take that away is just, it's disgusting. It's very, very disgusting. We should support each other. We should be focusing on a girl being the next president of the United States. We should be able to love each other, look at each other and love each other, to instill confidence in each other, to be able to be entrepreneurs together, to build each other up, not to tear each other down, not to focus on boys, not to focus on trashy things or irrelevant things. Focus on each other, love each other. Because as women, we are beautiful. And learn to love yourself. I hate all the years that I wasted on not loving myself and not being happy with who I am and how I look. But now, today, I feel a lot better because I've had wonderful people in my life. You know, I don't know what to say. I just had to say this. It's been on my heart. I see it all over the internet and it makes me sick. And I've seen kids that have been hurt by these kind of things. And I want you to know it may not be easy, but it will get better. It will get better. It may not be as soon as you want it to be, but it will get better. Because you are beautiful. And to
All right, she said
instill it in my brain, but acne, no butt, no boob.
all right.
Yeah,
That's that. She said enough. So, what
yeah.
are you guys' thoughts on her?
She needs hours and hours of therapy.
Therapy, goddammit.
She need Dr. Phil.
No,
Yeah.
no Dr. Phil, man. She need a real therapist, not somebody endorsed by Oprah.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's very young. I feel bad for her.
I don't. She needs hours and hours of therapy.
Hmm.
Let me tell you something. That's TMI, man. I don't know why people are looking at the internet like their diary, where they gotta tell every goddamn thing that ever happened. Like that last dude you had up there. I was like, nigga, if you don't shut, like he needed therapy. You need therapy. The 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 chick on Dr. Phil. That was, if that's real, that
No,
that
that's
came
not.
because of, well, if
Her,
it is,
her
that
mother got her
that
mother
came,
got dragged. Her mother got dragged on the internet for that because she got found out. She did it. Because see, they pay you to be on them shows.
I
So
oh,
feel
okay,
she
you.
so
she constructed a wild enough show so that she could get on that show. Because remember when you had all them out of control kids? That was the Dr. Phil thing.
Hmm.
And all you would have to do is just write a letter in. And if the not the programmers, I forgot what they call those people. The producers. If they start going over the letters, because they got multiple producers, those are the ones that pull the ideas. Yeah, she orchestrated the whole thing. It was all fake.
okay, well, them white people had her up there to get appeased. Then they had her up there because they felt good about that little orchestra that they did. So that's that.
No, she
But
she she fooled them, and they paid her.
okay, whatever. You
I
said it was the
mean,
producer, so it is what it is.
I mean, I don't know why a lot of people give white folk too much credit. I don't understand that. They do. I'm like, what?
Yo, we as black people will do anything for money. I tell you that much.
Oh, yeah, we see it in the space.
Well, we know you'll do anything to get that Melody King happy life.
How
Oh,
you how you know?
Shoot, the way you keep bringing her up, shoot.
I really do feel sorry for her, you know. But
What,
her
And
attitude,
you
that
want to
was
save her though. That's what it is, man. It's all
Melanie,
it's all good.
Melanie thing? You really, bruh?
He want all the Botox and the fake booties and all that stuff, man, and the children that come with her.
No,
no,
the
that
children
that
gonna come.
surgery is too damn.
She lost them in a divorce. He wants to help her pay that child support she got to pay.
See, I'm
Well,
good. I tried to save her, but that damn surgery and the way she moved, she gonna be doomed at the end of the day.
She's al-
She gonna get
she's
got.
hey,
bruh.
but
She's
happy life,
already doomed.
happy
You
life, happy
you
life,
you can look
happy
at her.
life.
She's built like an improper fraction.
Leonard, I'm talking here. Anyway, happy life. I can get you on with her if you want, man. I am a mod in her chat, so all I gotta do is just pass the message to her and tell her to hit you in the DMs. Like, what's up?
Really?
I'm not bullshit. I'm not BSing.
Okay.
If you want me to slide that message to her, like I said, I'm a mod in her chat, man. I don't really go in her chat like I used to, but if you want to, I can just say, hey, yo, I know somebody that want to take you out and sweep you off your feet, man.
Okay, but here's the thing, Killer Swag. I know how Melanie operates. She gonna come with some bullshit and be like, "Oh, I want you to come on my channel and do the shoot your shot thing," and then she gonna embarrass me in front of thousands of people. I'm like, hell no.
I just want to take her out for a 43rd birthday, have 43 candles on the cake, lit, and have her lean over to blow them out and see if her face melts off.
Oh
Um,
God.
the only thing I would do for Melanie is
Oh
this:
my
her
god.
birthday, I'll do the candles. All I would do. I'm like, bitch, you're gonna I'm gonna put your ass on the table. You're gonna lay down. You're gonna turn around. I'm gonna hit it very good and see if those implants will come out or not.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Before we go any further with this discussion, I would like to give a PSA for as far as like how these panels are gonna go from now on. For one, it's not gonna be no more of this over talking people stuff, man. I done got tired of that already. So no. And second of all, like man, limit yourselves with the cussing. I know it's hard because it's hard for me to not cuss because anybody who knows me personally know I cuss a lot. But we trying to keep Melody's channel monetized, so please be respectful to her and don't be cussing on her channel because I am not trying to get her to lose her channel, and I am not trying to lose any opportunities for me to get monetized on this channel. So bottom line is when you on this panel, show respect to the host, that be Melody and myself, and we'll all let you rock out and get your opinions out. We ain't about letting nobody not say what they want to say, but it's just we got to let people be able to have the mic for themselves. We can't let nobody just take over and let it be their own show. No, we ain't having that this time. So that's all I really wanted to say. So Melody, you can do whatever you're gonna do after that.
All right, I'm gonna play this video. So fair use.
Fair use.
You know what I'm saying? Was into Sonic.
Oh, let's start from the beginning.
I've been
Hey,
meaning to
Mr.
make a
Lonely.
bit about this for a while. I usually talk about this via live streams. But I feel now is a good day to speak on this. For those who don't know who I am, my name is Demigod Productions. And if you read the title, you see that it's called, the title will either be the difference between black people and hood rats, or I've been oppressed by my own people. Maybe both. Maybe I'll title it both, who knows. But yeah. So let me just get right into it. And a lot of people, I'm assuming, are not gonna like what I have to say. I'm going to be as respectful as possible, but I'm going to just keep it $1.50. And I'm speaking off of my personal experiences. I am not the biggest statistic guy because I believe statistics can be manipulated. You don't have to agree with that. If you don't agree, well, let's just agree to disagree. But I am just speaking strictly off of personal experience. So let's get something knocked out of the fence. Knocked out of the fence. Not out of the ballpark. Let's get something out the way. I was born and raised in the hood. All right? I was born and raised in the hood. I'm in the state of Minnesota, and there's hoods and ghettos everywhere. I was born and raised in low-income housing. All right? I'm still in the hood as we speak. All right? So, I was born and raised in the hood, grew up,
Okay.
and I'm not a hood rat, and I never was. I'm not a thug, and I never was. I ain't no gangster. I'm basically just none of that. I feel that's foolish. I've always felt that was foolish.
Hmm.
I always felt that was just a stupid mindset to have.
All right, pause, Melody.
I was blessed enough, though I was born and raised in the hood, I was blessed enough to have my mother and my father in my life.
All right, you guys got any commentary for what dude said so far?
He's failed himself in life. You were born in poverty and you're still living in poverty.
Y'all heard what Leonard said.
I just, I'm guessing. See, I didn't watch this yet. I just saw the title, but I'm guessing maybe he was a nerd and he was different from all the other black people, and he didn't get accepted in any groups or anything like that. And because me, I wasn't accepted growing up because I was a lot different than people. I was very quiet, so I can kind of relate to people who didn't fit in with the black people. I understand.
Melody, you was accepted, Melody. Stop that.
No, I was the black sheep. I was quiet. Girls used to tell me I need to toughen up. They used to test me, you know what I mean? Like want to fight me to see if I would fight back. Like I'm telling you, it's real. Women will definitely, well, not women, girls, because this was back in the day, but girls would definitely test you to see how tough you are.
Melody be getting all the bad boys and
They used to tell
I never. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say they used to tell me you're too nice. You need to toughen up.
you get all the bad boys, Melody.
Did I get all the bad boys? That's a silly question.
No, it ain't. I can see you grabbing up all the guys. That's why the girls be messing with you.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely got the guys, but I mean, I'm talking about let's take it further. Let's take it more back when I was in elementary school.
Oh
That's
wow.
wanted to test me, and then middle school. They still wanted to test me. High school, they started warming up to me because we were maturing. So people are like, okay, she is who she is. She's not a fighter. She's quiet. She's cool. But
I always thought it was a choice. Like if you wanted to be a nerd, that shit was a choice. You know what I mean? Like I always felt like nerdy people chose that shit like deliberately. Like they were like, I don't want to be like everybody else. I'm into this thing right here, and I always felt like these dudes, like the guy that's talking. Okay, he might feel like a bit of an outcast. But you see how he speak, he changes voice. He sounds like a nerd, you doing that shit on purpose. I always felt like that. Even the last cat, it's like, bruh. The only thing I give credit to is if you came from a different society, but you're black. Okay, you came from a more white society, so now you sound like white people. That
yeah.
I'll give you credit for that. But when you're around black people and you choose to disassociate, well, you chose to disassociate. I don't feel like it's just who you are. I felt like it's more of a choice. And now because you made that choice, okay, you don't fit in. You understand what I'm saying? So you
Yeah.
chose not to hang out with the cool kids. You chose it, if you want to say that.
Or some people just aren't accepted. It's not that he chose to be a nerd. People probably treated him bad. So
Yeah,
that
but
pushed him back.
being accepted, the fact that you worried about being accepted is the, I hate to say it, but it's the uncool part. Like you really just don't get it. Like you worried about too much if people like you like that. That's what's gonna make you even more corny. Like you're not being yourself. You feel me? So
Yeah.
that to me, like you could be cool all by yourself. You ain't got no, ain't nobody gotta fucking accept you. And then you're gonna see, oh, people fuck with you. You feel me? Like you don't have to fit in per se in every group or a group. You could be your own scene. You could make your own shit, and that's that. The fact that you feel like you got to plug in everywhere, that's not you being authentic. So I always thought, to me, it's funny how these nerds know to go where the nerds at. Like I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna be, you know how to make your own shit over there. But when it comes to this shit, you don't know how to do that. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see what I'm
I see what
saying,
you
right?
mean. Yeah, I see what
Mm-hmm.
you Anybody else?
Yeah, the thing is this. I don't say the choose to be a nerd thing, because you're supposed to what? Go to school, get good grades, continue going grade to grade, eventually graduate high school, and start life as an adult.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to be a gangbanger, drug dealer, uh, stick up kid, whatever, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All of that is a choice. And if you choose to not live that lifestyle, then you're classified as a nerd.
That's bullshit.
How do you figure that's bullshit?
You ain't
It-
gotta beg for people to mess with you to be cool.
no, I
You
mean,
really don't.
enlighten me on that.
You really
Growing,
don't.
yeah,
You
really,
don't. If
growing up
you
in the
just
ghetto,
if
and
you just
enlighten me.
I'm talking about growing up in the hood, ghetto,
Me
wherever.
too. Yeah.
You know the hell, no, you don't. You really don't, bro. You really don't. All you gotta do is be a cool ass person. You got some style to you. Period. You know how to dress. You in with the trend. You know what the fuck's going on. You not a lame. You get it. You ain't gotta sell drugs, shoot niggas, avoid the cops, do all of that goofy. You ain't gotta do none of that. I don't
Well,
see how. Why do people associate that shit
it,
exactly with that? It's crazy.
okay, it doesn't work that way in Chicago.
Yes, it works. It works that way
No,
everywhere.
it doesn't.
And I ain't never been over there, but I'm sure it's the same shit.
And that's where I was born and raised, Inglewood,
What, nigga?
two
That
blocks
doesn't
away
mean anything.
from.
It don't mean
Say
anything.
again?
People are people. It doesn't matter where you came from. We
Yeah,
all
dude.
talking about the same
Keep
thing.
it
No,
one
it
mic,
don't.
y'all. Keep it one mic. All right, young East, go ahead, man.
So the even the last girl that was complaining about her body image and that she had a little bit of boobs, no butt, and what you and look at where she came from, the society she came from. You feel me? Like
Yeah.
all of this mental torment that they putting themselves through because of your environment and where you came from. I just feel like I said, that's TMI, by the way. That shit is TMI. You need to go and talk to somebody personally about that. Because to me, that's too much for the internet. Like you should put that type of shit out, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what she's talking about and what I'm talking about is not even fair as a comparison.
I wasn't comparing that.
Well, you brought her into the conversation. What I'm
No, that
saying is
was
this.
go ahead. My bad.
Okay, you grow up poverty area, ghetto, hood, whatever they want to call it, gang infested, thus and so. You got the type of parents that you are more afraid of them than you afraid of them on the street. You see what I'm saying? So automatically, off rip, you're going to be a target by the weakest ones in the group, right? So you're gonna have to stand up for yourself against them. But as of the coolness thing, right? See, now when you said make your own lane, you was all the way correct. Cause see, what I did was I made my own lane, and my lane consisted of a whole group of people likened to myself and we had our place where we fit. You see what I'm saying?
What year was you in high school, Leonard?
Oh, I graduated 2 years late in '83.
Okay.
It don't matter the time though. It's the same concept. It's the same concept. So, like I said, the only thing I could say in the hood anyway, if you were less willing to fight somebody, that probably wasn't a good thing. But it depends on how many times you actually engaged into that. Like if you had a lot of confrontations like that, then that was that. But that's in any community, man. That's in the white, Spanish, that's every community.
I know it's in
So
every community, but what I'm trying to explain to you is when you have that criminal aspect of it, not necessarily criminal, because you can't really consider being a gang member as a criminal unless you are a member that's doing criminal activity. There's no crime being in a gang. You see what I'm saying? But they want to make their bones okay. Well, they gonna pick on whoever they think is the weakest target. Then they find out that that weak target ain't the weak target. Oh, okay, fine. I mean, it's
like,
just how it rolls. But with the dude on the video, bringing him back up, you were born in that type of environment. You didn't like that type of environment, just like myself. You still live there. You failed yourself as a human being. If you're still living in poverty, you failed yourself as a human being. So I have no sympathy for him. No sympathy, no empathy. He failed himself.
Yeah, you're right about that. But let's get back to the video. Let's see what he's talking about. Fair use.
Fair use.
Life. I was blessed enough to have guidance. And when my father died at the age, when my father died when I was at the age of 11, I'm 28 years old. My father died in 2003. When I went to middle school, that's when I truly, 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 truly experienced hood rapdom. Hood rapdom. Basically, niggas. And boy, oh boy, I was oppressed and bullied by these people. Why? Because I was different. I was a nerd. I was into anime and video games. I wasn't into really getting, you know what I'm saying, getting the dumb stuff they were into. I didn't really watch BET and listen to music videos glorifying killing your own people and pop that see and all this other dumb stuff. You know what I'm saying, was into Sonic. Hopefully y'all can see that. You know what I'm saying? And even still to this very day, nothing has changed with me. I'm still that big, nice nerd. Still into My Hero Academia. Still got Sonic plushies. You know what I'm saying? If you got a good eye, you can see the My Hero Academia poster in the background. Matter of fact, let me back up. Let me back up so y'all can see that.
stop it real fast.
Yeah,
Big
stop
anime
it.
guy.
Stop it, brother.
Whoa.
And I've always been this.
All right, what you got to say, Glock Tavius?
To say that everybody in the hood wasn't into anime is absurd. Every nigga watched Dragon Ball Z, and every nigga when I was coming up was watching Pokemon. So and it's every nigga too. The niggas that you would deem as criminal, every nigga. Okay, video games? Are you kidding me? Every nigga I ever knew in my entire life played video games. It might not be fucking Star Trek. Okay, niggas probably was playing 2K,
Let's
but
go
it was
easy on the
video games.
swears. Let's go a little easy on the swears. All right, go
Oh
ahead.
my bad. This guy is sounding like he's, you know what else? Like I said, what dude wasn't playing no video game? And what dude ain't into hoes? He's acting like he didn't like hoes. Mad nerds like hoes. As a matter of fact, if you look at some of the animes, the way they draw anime characters with the women, the big old boobs, like that's nerds drawing that. So to pretend like you don't like hoes, it just means you don't get hoes. That's all it means to me. But that's okay, because you know what? He's just telling them it's all fraud. Okay, now he could say stuff about the hood rat behavior. He could say that, but that's common. We all know about. Nobody likes that. You feel me? But he's saying it like he had like a higher taste, and that everybody got a taste for these rats. like nigga, bruh. Nobody got no real taste for these rats. I know I don't. But hey, if Keisha with the big butt want to smash, I'm DTF, and he is too. So what he's talking about is pure cap. This is all cap. There's nothing I feel like is that valid enough for him to try and excommunicate himself from the population. Like, nigga, you're the same. You're the same. You eat Cheerios in the morning. Like, come on, my nigga. Like, you doing too much, nigga. That's all I feel.
Everybody.
Well, I tell you, with me, if it wasn't for the niche that I fell into that made me super duper popular, you know, I would have been getting it in with the doggone Keishas down the block for recreational purposes, but that would have been about it. But, you know, I mean, I'm fortunate that, you know, I came into a niche. Just like when in New York, when they were doing all their hip hop, this and that, Chicago was all about house music. And I was, you know, well, not was, but I am one of the first DJs that was involved with that whole movement. And on radio and all of that. High school senior with a car, DJing at the number one teen spot where everybody went on the south side. Man, I was that dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
So
one thing about hood chicks though, I think that hood chicks know how to cook way more than the upstanding chicks.
well, I can tell you why hood chicks, as they're called, they have so many issues.
Yeah, that's true.
They have a lot of issues, no fault of their own. From abuse in the household.
Mm.
That's where it starts at. I mean, I know somebody, she's probably 56 right now. She still has issues because she was the only dark skinned female out of all her sisters. And then her mother, you know, where that old black A word girl at? Bring your black A word in here. Your black A word always into something. So her mother gave her a complexion complex, you know what I'm saying, on that alone. So I understand, you know, when I was talking to her, it's like, well, I get it, but you know, you're still not too old to go and get therapy and try to work that out because she's gotten to the point, you know, I mean, not gotten to the point with her. She strictly dates. I mean, if they're not Flavor Flav complexion or darker, you ain't getting no action with her.
Mm-hmm.
But
Hey,
the
Husky
funny
and
thing,
Muscular, got
yeah, the funny thing is she's got a daughter that had a 5 point. I didn't know the GPA went up that high, and she got into West Point Academy. She doesn't want her daughter to come back to our old neighborhood because she don't want her daughter to meet some dude in the neighborhood, fall in love with him. I'm like, oh, ain't you special now? Mm.
A lot of black
Mm.
women have a colorism issue. Most of them.
I say
Yeah.
all of them myself.
Yeah.
That might be a stretch, but in the high 90 percentile. We'll just put it like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most women, if they're not light,
Okay.
they don't feel like they're right. And that's just it.
Hey, Melody.
Hmm.
You don't think this dude bugging a little bit for having like a Sonic the Hedgehog pillows and action figures? You feel like it might be childish or something. Like this is what. All right, never mind. I'm gonna just let you because you're a girl, so I'm gonna let you answer first. Go ahead.
Childish? It's not like he sits there and
Is it a?
plays.
Is it a?
I mean, if he was playing with them like action figures, yeah, it'd be weird. But if he just have Sonic pillows, I mean, I don't think that's he
Yeah.
likes Sonic. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
I just asked because I wanted to know how you felt about him having toys and it's to me I feel like he's sort of setting himself apart. But honestly, I'm gonna tell you how I feel about it because to me, that's to me, it's bullshit. It's you can't you could do it. Okay, it's a collection type of shit. I remember Sonic, by the way. I used to play Sonic the Hedgehog when I was in the '90s. Everybody was playing Sonic the Hedgehog in the '90s, but he
Yeah.
still got the toys. I just feel like that's part of the issue a little bit. That's part of the issue a little bit. And
Well,
to
he's a
me, it just I know he's a nerd, but he's making himself this outcast that he calls himself or whatever. Because I just don't think that that's like the move. I don't think that's the move. You're not gonna impress too many people with that, especially women. At least I don't think so. But I that's why I asked you because I'm not even gonna go too deep. That's how I just felt about it.
I mean, I don't think exactly, Sean. It's the collectible. He's collecting Sonic plushes. I don't see anything
Now
wrong
it's,
with it.
it's deeper than that. It's part of his it's part of who he is. Like that nerdy. It ain't simply a collectible. It's like he really like he's in that anime fantasy cosplay, that other world. And that to me is what's making him feel like an outcast because when you start doing stuff like that, it just makes it's a little childish, yeah, but it sets yourself so far apart that I could see why now you feel like you're ostracized in any way because it's stuff like that. They do it to themselves. That's what I was saying earlier. But go ahead, man.
All right, I'm
When I
gonna.
see when I first seen that, it was like, what this thing got. When I first seen it, when he first showed it, I had a negative reaction. That's all I'm gonna say. And I
All right,
know everybody else did too. This nigga's 28 with Sonic pillows, nigga. That's how I feel. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
all right. Well, we'll play more of the video. Fair use
Um,
because we're
hold on,
time.
hold on, Melody. Hold on, Melody. Hold on.
Mhm.
Huscular, muscular. You got something to add to this? You've been quiet since you came up here.
Sure, how y'all doing?
All
Hi.
right,
How you
man.
doing, man?
Oh, by the way, for the record, when I was a kid, I had a Super Mario blanket and a pillow. But I threw that shit away by age 12 or 13.
You didn't have to throw it out, but yeah,
I don't know, I just grew out of it.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with
I
that.
feel it.
I
So,
think you can
Now,
be a
what's this
nerd
stuff
and
about
get on it.
being
I love to know what the brother thinks about me because Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, is one of my all-time favorite movies.
classic? I love the second one.
And if I were to cam up and show where my TV is mounted to the wall, and I got what are supposed to be candle holders, but it's not, it's a cat that is the cat from Austin Powers. After they went through the chamber and the cat didn't have any hair,
hmm
he's like, Minnie Me, we don't know on our kitty. Just love him and stroke him. I got one of them sitting right in front of my face right now.
I think it's fine. It's just a collectible. I don't
Yeah,
think
I mean, now it's not like I'm playing with it and I sleep with it at night because I gotta have my, you know what I mean. But if you got them, you got them.
Austin,
Now
Austin,
the
Austin
dude that,
Powers. That's a
yeah, but I mean, I got Wile E. Coyote coffee cup from the Looney Tunes back in the day. You know, I mean, a bunch of, but all those collectibles are like in one case. There's some damn way in this house. I don't know, but you know,
You don't
that
even
cat
know
ain't
where they're at. All right.
that cat ain't going nowhere.
that's
The
fine.
kid, the kitty from Austin Powers, that is a permanent fixture. Since I seen the movie and I saw one and I bought it, I wish I could cut it open and change the battery out because it had three settings. It'd be like, "Meow," and it talks too, but I haven't. You know, it's the battery been dead for hell, way more than 10 years. But yeah, it's sitting right here, and that's my thing. You know, like I said, I don't play with it and sit there. If the battery was in it, I probably would. But you know, company come over.
Yeah, yeah.
You
And
know,
I
be
was
like,
watching. I was watching. Go ahead, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I want to get back to the video because we didn't even get
"Oh, I'm
in.
sorry." Yeah, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's fine.
I
That's
just had a question.
go ahead.
Now, one of y'all mentioned being a nerd is kind of a choice. How is being a nerd? I can see how it's kind of a choice, but how is being a nerd kind of a choice? Because I've heard people say that they were nerdy but weren't even aware of it. Because sometimes we do things subconsciously, not knowing that it's kind of nerdy and weird and all that kind of stuff. So how's it being a choice?
That's the
Well,
young list.
well, well. When you see everybody doing something else and you choose to continue or to start doing some nerdy, at least people that what they would consider nerdy stuff, then it is a choice because you actively say, you know, I'm not gonna follow the trends that's going on. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna play with my Sailor Moon, um, all that anime stuff. I'm gonna choose to be about that. It is a choice. You actively chose to not participate in what everybody else is doing.
Okay, let me add this in, and I will be very short. With the
Hmm.
house music groove, everybody wore doggone penny loafers or Sperry topsiders, straight leg Levi's, and Izod Lacosta polo shirts. Right? Game bangers didn't dress like that. So if a game banger comes to a house music event, they stand out like a sore thumb and they don't look like anybody else. So does that make it they chose? Is it a choice? Because they're different?
Yes, they chose to stay away. The same thing.
It ain't no stay away. I didn't say stay away. Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm into the
They
video. What's going on
came
with that
to a
video?
party. They came to a party because it was fine girls at that party and they knew it. And it wasn't Keisha's from off the block. But they couldn't pull any of the women because they were looking at them with them finger waves and all that step in the name of love attire from the R. Kelly video that you all you probably familiar with. You're seeing how they dress, right? Like they
Yep.
shopped at Pimps Are
Uh-huh.
Us. Yeah. And they come into the party looking like they went to the Pimp Emporium and bought them an outfit, and people are like, ugh. You know what I mean? You
Wow.
need to go back. You need to go up to St. Stephen's where y'all do that. We don't do that here. So flipping the script from Houston, the nerd thing being different. What about different in that way? What if
Let's get
you're the
back to the
only?
video.
What if you're the only straight man in an all gay club?
Mm.
Uh,
All right,
why are
Because
you going to that kind of club?
Okay.
yeah, let's
no, I'm
just
just because you might have a friend that you real cool with
Way
that's
different.
Nah,
LGBT.
nah, nah,
One
nah.
mic, y'all. One mic, yo.
let's
Okay,
I
get
let's
do.
back
get
to
back
the
to.
video, guys,
Oh,
and we can talk about
Yeah,
it
let's
after.
finish. Let's finish
okay,
this movie.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
finish
I'm
this
bringing
movie
that
Yeah,
real
back
quick.
up.
I only
Go
got
ahead.
Yeah.
maybe
Go
4
ahead.
minutes into it, and it's
Okay.
22
Yeah, because
minutes.
this
So
this a long video, so let's just get through
yeah,
this.
let's listen to it. Fair use.
Fair
This
use.
way, and these people, these hoodlums, these thugs in training, keep in mind this is middle school, these thugs in training, any chance they get, they tried to find an opportunity to mess with me. And these were my own people. Even though I'm older, not much has changed. The only difference that's changed was my size. That's the only thing that changed. I was when I was 11 to 12, I was much smaller back then. So it wasn't until I hit 13 that's when I hit my growth spurt. That's when I got bigger. And to keep in mind, 20 years old now, I'm a 6'2", 329-pound gorilla bear. I'm a big beast, but I'm a gentle giant. But anyways, let's go back with it, because I'm pacing. You know what I'm saying? I'm walking back and forth, you know what I'm saying? Let's go back. In school and to the park I used to go to, I would just see these types of people every day. And keep in mind, I was autistic. I always wondered to myself, how come these people messed with me? I was taught by watching Roots and so on and so forth that it was the white man that I should fear. It was, oh my God, like I need to be weary of the police and weary of, the whites are against me and blah, blah, blah. But it was my own people who was putting me down, beating me up. It was my own little hood rats in training in the hood. They saw someone who was different. They saw something they couldn't comprehend, so they just saw me as an easy target and kept messing with me. That's odd. And then to find out years later, when I was younger, I thought I was the only one to be real. Like, dang, I just must be different or something. But turns out there are lots and lots of black people who feel how I feel. Just telling you my story. But they feel how I feel now. So what I find odd is I tried to make friends with these types of people in the beginning, but they would always backstab me. They would always take from me. They would always put me down. They would always belittle me. These hoodlums, these thugs. It was at that time a little rare to come across someone of my own complexion who was respectable, who wasn't a thug, who wasn't this destructive little black hole. You know what a black hole is? If you're into science or whatever, theoretical physics, whatever, I don't care. Basically, a black hole is something that absorbs all.
He could be a voice actor.
Holes of chaos. As I was getting bullied by these people,
how long we got?
There was a white boy across the street.
Go ahead. I know you want to say something.
No, I was just gonna see if anybody else had anything to add. That's all.
I got something to say.
Oh, I definitely got something to say, and it's probably controversial.
Oh boy.
Yeah. What he talking about is common in any society. It's not a black thing or a white thing. I think because he's a nerd, he feels like he's more relatable to white people, I assume. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Okay. I was gonna say the same thing.
Now what? This is.
I don't think bullying somebody is a sign that you hate your own race. It happens in different races. Blacks get bullied by other blacks. Whites get bullied by other whites. Brazilians get bullied by other Brazilians. It's more of a hate for the person, not the person's race. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Spider, what's going on, man?
Yeah, what's good? Because I got to push back over here. You heard? So now we understand. When you're a kid at a young, tender age, everyone is mean. Not everyone, but you're always gonna have a bully in a school. The one that's more dominant, probably stronger, probably comes from a household that's kind of toxic, or maybe the kids just know how to fight, right? And maybe you're just soft and you're easy pickings to get bullied on, right? Some kids, they have growth spurts later on in life, like he expressed. At 13, he was a little dude, but then he just had this crazy growth spurt where he grew up, and that could happen to him no more. But what I want to say is, black people are just as racist as white people are, and I think the real conversation is
what.
Let me explain.
Russell Westbrook.
Okay. Did you
let Spider get his point out, then you can rebut it.
did you just hear what he said? What? That right there goes to show he can't believe that. He can't believe. I thought someone that in every society, every person feels hatred or they show hatred or display self-hate. Everyone does that in every group. So what makes black people so special? So now black people are racist to people out in other groups and within their own group. You got the whole red bone thing. You got the whole tether thing now going on, right? You got the whole. You're from Jersey,
Yeah.
Melody. So you know this saying. What's HBO?
HBO. I'm sorry, I'm off the loop.
What's HBO? All right, HBO.
That's the channel, ain't it?
No. Yeah, it's the channel, but it's
The
slang.
television network.
Yeah, I know, but it's also slang. HBO, because there's a lot of Haitians in New Jersey, right?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what they would, the Black American kids would call Haitian kids HBO. That's Haitian body odor.
So
They-
racist.
What?
oh, you said huh?
That's not
That's if you live up north, you know what that is, bro. Like if you live like in the tri-state area, you know what that is. You know you heard it before, right? Or maybe Melody didn't, but that's a real thing. And I'm not trying to pick on black people. Everybody has some form of self-hatred or they pick on you or and this is the other thing. I don't understand why people think racism is the worst thing in the world. No, you could be racist and be a nice person.
Mhm.
That's actually a real thing.
Says who?
Oh, fighter.
You can be racist and still be a nice person, and that's a fact. I could
I
be a
agree.
listen. I could be a murderer. I could be a thief. I could be whatever any label you want to put me on in this world, any label, and I could still be a nice guy to somebody else. So,
Oh God.
you know what the issue is? Um, we like to generalize so much online and limit ourselves, and we like to stick labels on people, and that's the end all be all. Human beings are so complex, bro. This shit is crazy.
Go
Okay,
ahead,
being
Glock.
a
What you
thief
got to
or a
say?
I'm not
racist
gonna
is
address
not a nice thing.
Huh?
I said being a thief, a gangbanger, or a racist doesn't have any niceness to it, so I don't get it.
Yeah, why address it? Why address it? It just doesn't make any sense, man. Anything most of what you said ain't make no sense, man.
Is this the topic? Yes or no?
No, it's not.
What is the topic?
The
What's
topic
the topic?
is are
The
black
topic is, are black people
racist?
racist towards other blacks?
Yes. Or hateful? Yes. 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 Yes.
I
Yeah.
No. Oh no.
I have to
Yes.
agree with him, Gloctavius.
Yes.
I do think a
Why?
lot of times black people are racist. They hate being black. They hate their race.
And, and I'm not saying that there is everyone. I'm saying that
That
they are.
racist?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that,
It's
Oh,
that
oh,
might be
racist
self
because
hate. That might be
no,
self hate.
oh, okay. 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 Let's rephrase the term. Okay. Um. Do black people look? Are there black people that look down on other black people because they're black? Yes. The same way.
No,
I don't
Yes.
know about all that.
I would say yes.
no.
I would say
Why?
No.
Why would you say yes? Why would you
Y'all
say yes?
let fighter get his point out, and then y'all can go
Uh,
at him.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
but that
don't
was the
think they look
question.
down on other people because of their race. I think it's more about there's just some quality about them that they don't like. Maybe the way they look, the way they talk, the stuff they do, it makes them stand out from other black people. So, so much a race thing. It's more of a quality thing, if you ask me.
It's
okay. I would
definitely
say
a race thing.
familiarity doesn't breed gratitude, just contempt. Now, if you don't know what that means, it's usually when you know someone more, when you're more, how can I say, around
Acquainted.
some, um, it's like you can tend to lose respect for them, or you might cling on to the negative aspects about them. So these stereotypes live in your own head. So when you step outside your house, you know who your enemy is. You can say it's white people, but you don't live around white people. If you live
Black
in the how many white people live there? No, not many. It's always Hispanic and black. So
for real.
you might look at them more as an opposition, as an enemy, rather than white people. You're not even around, right? You interact with them. You interact
Okay,
with
and white people ain't around black people, and they still look at black people as opposition. What's the
no,
point?
no. But this is the thing. You think in your brain that white people wake up thinking about black, like, oh,
They
black.
do.
No, they don't.
All right, I'm a
Yes,
mute up.
it is. It's part of
No,
their
they
culture.
don't.
What the fuck? Where do you think all the bullshit came from?
Yo, listen, the same way. Listen, the same
Stop
way
it.
that there's listen. The same way that there's black people that wake up and they ain't thinking about no white people. They waking up and they worried about their kids and school, work, and the responsibilities. They ain't worried about no white man. But there are black people that are worried about the white man all fucking day, and that's a weakness.
It's not a
True.
weakness.
It
One,
That,
is.
because
okay,
because
okay.
they're very concerned about what niggas do. They're always worried about what we doing, and not
Okay.
all of them,
Can I
but
can I ask you
that's part of their culture. Go
can
ahead.
I ask you one question?
Me or Octavius?
The guy that was just talking, he sounds like he's from the East Coast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, we both sound like from the East.
Well, you
right.
kind of sound, but he got that hard, yo, cause niggas be, you know,
Okay.
yeah, he got that hard thing going on. Now, uh, give us your most recent or incident you can remember of racism that you experienced that came from a white person, just out of curiosity.
So I was at the bar, right? And this is a bar. Okay, the bartender was white, and I sat down. I was gonna get a drink, and the motherfucker kept serving everybody but me.
Cussing at a minimum.
Okay, my fault. So the person, they kept serving everybody but me. And I'm scratching my head thinking, why am I getting skipped all the time at a bar where you could clearly see everybody? And then I concluded, maybe they're a bit prejudiced. So I didn't make a scene. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just go up and go over to the outside bar. This was at the ale house, by the way. I don't know if y'all know about that.
Nope.
Uh, okay, yeah. So that happens. That happens. Now, was it overt? No, but that was that. You understand what I'm saying?
All right.
And this was 2 weeks ago.
Okay. I mean, I was hoping to hear something more overt, more in your face, more definitive as of pure
They don't
unadulterated
want that.
racism.
They don't want that kind of smoke. Most real rate. A lot of racism go on underground. It's not apparent. They don't want
Okay.
that. Them kind of. They
Black,
don't want
black,
them kind.
Black Tavius. Maybe he was a dickhead. Like, why does he have to be raped?
No,
Maybe
no,
he
no,
was.
no, 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 no. You're probably right. But maybe he was a racist. I'm
Okay.
probably right. You
Okay.
feel me?
Okay. Okay. What's worse, a dickhead or a racist?
I don't know. Both.
All
A
right.
racist.
You- I wouldn't say a race because listen,
I would
bro.
say a
Like,
racist.
yo, I was very. I could say like the levelness of my racism towards white people has very diminished in the past maybe
Well,
3 years.
fighter,
But listen,
you're a Dominican fighter. You
yeah,
don't feel it the same way. I don't understand how you.
He's still black though. He's still
I,
physically black. He's a
yeah,
black
yeah, when,
the
No,
actual.
but this is from a different culture altogether. He's never
bro.
gonna really. It's never gonna hit the same way.
Yeah,
It's never.
yeah,
I,
because I never been called the N word, right? And I never
I
got
never
offended,
said that.
and I never got offended by it, right?
But your people haven't gone through the same joint
Yes,
that
we
black
did.
people in America has gone through.
We went through slavery too, just earlier than y'all.
Man, come on, man.
Dominican
Well,
Republic.
that you have to speak on that.
Dominicans went through Black Dominicans went through slavery too, but it was just at an earlier period.
And Jim Crow, y'all went through Jim Crow. Y'all
No, no,
see
no.
leaders shot by white people.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. He said it was an earlier period, right?
Okay, and I'm asking him
Now,
more questions. Like
oh my
they went
goodness.
through Jim Crow. They got lynched. What
No, no.
happened? Did somebody get a
Well,
knee on the neck? Did it? Come on,
yeah.
man.
I'm pretty sure, right? I wasn't there, but I'm pretty sure horrible things happen like that. But this, I'm not. I don't want to make it sound like slavery is a wonderful thing, but there is levels to it, right? So
It
in
was
Dominican,
embellished.
sorry,
No, no, no. Look.
Okay, Pearl.
I would
Okay,
say
what?
that
Go ahead, bro.
that
Because
the,
I'm looking for clarity myself. Because I'm not.
okay, all right,
It's not sinking in right
all,
now.
I'm
okay,
looking
okay,
for one mic. That's what I'm looking for.
okay, all right. The difference, all right. Let me just clear it up really quick. The difference between the slavery and an example, Dominican Republic and Haiti, they're very contrast because when the Spanish went there to Dominican Republic side, they went there to stay there. They wanted to build there. They actually wanted to live there, and they didn't have an extreme slavery. It was more like it was like cattle. They were with the cattle, and they wanted to intermingle with the slaves, and they got abolished quickly.
Okay, you do know that's after they had already started the Middle Passage, and the Africans that were sold into slavery by other Africans were dropped off in the Caribbean and brought to the United States, and they had the thing going on in the United States.
Yeah, yeah,
It,
yeah. And
it
okay,
was first, so that's why I'm trying to get some clarity here because you
okay.
said
Our slavery. Okay,
it was
our
earlier
slavery.
than the United States. I'm
Oh, oh,
like,
oh, yeah,
no, it wasn't.
yeah,
Hold
okay.
on, Fighter, real quick. Can you cam back up?
You want me to came up?
Mm-hmm. All right. Hold on. Let me I'm trying to put you on big screen. Look at he's just as black as you.
That
Wait,
man is Dominican.
can you put
He
him?
said,
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm like everywhere. How do I do this? Hold
Shoot,
on.
I can't help you either. I don't know how to do that screen stuff.
All right. Even though he's Dominican. Wait,
Dominicano.
what just happened? Why I keep going? Is that you doing it? Not you.
Maybe you both are trying to do the same thing at the same time.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I had it. What happened?
You'll get it.
Is that you pressing stuff, Killer?
Well, if both of you all are pressing stuff,
Yeah,
it's
No,
not
that
going to
ain't
work.
me. That ain't me. I'm on the
hold on
phone.
one
That ain't me.
second. There we go.
All right.
All right.
Okay. So you said. All right. So you said that slavery happened in the United States before Dominican Republic.
That man Dominican. You see that shit?
But he's still black.
Man, he looks like he could be my son. Damn near.
That's what
Stop
I'm
it.
saying.
Let,
Look,
let,
like
let
I
me
don't understand.
let me say this though, because like I said, Dominican folk, they got a different cultural background. Because Fighter did mention tethers earlier,
I
and
did.
tethers, yeah, tethers. What the FDA called tethers is usually Africans that come over that's not on code.
No, and
They Africans.
Caribbean too.
Hold on, Africans when they come over here, they haven't been through antebellum slavery. They haven't been through it. So
It's a,
when they see black people talk about it, they can't relate. So they just assume that black people are just complaining for no reason. So what they do is they tend to side with the white man to get kudos with the white man. And the tether word came in because white people, the ones that are racist, are hoping to replace black people from America with the tethers, with Africans. And it came from the movie Tethered. That's all it is. It's not. It's simply because Africans have a different cultural background, just like Fighter. Fighter, you got a different cultural background. So you gonna be on the same type of shit. You're gonna be on the same. I'm not gonna say you a tether because you're Dominican.
Listen,
But
let me say this. When white people look at a Dominican, his complexion, or my complexion or your whoever's complexion, they're gonna see black. They not thinking Dominican. They see black. Look at his complexion. Unless you're white. Unless you're
they're a
white.
bit more. No, they're a bit more perceptive than you think. Okay, they know the difference between a mulatto and a real nigga. They can see that. It's the same concept. They know. Yeah, they know who's who. Like they're not.
Most African Americans have my mix.
You're like I said.
Americans have my mix. What are you talking about?
I said, they're more perceptive than what Melody thinks. Melody thinks that because somebody, hold on. Melody thinks because Melody thinks that because somebody's dark skinned Spanish, that's enough for them to kind of like not know the difference. They know that they know. Okay, boom. They know an Indian person when they see an Indian person. It's just because that Indian is dark, they still know it's Indian.
All right, but God save us. Let me put you on. There's black people that didn't know I'm Dominican that live in an area where there's Dominicans. So white people are less familiar with that now, unless you're speaking to a white person that's in Miami, Jersey, New York, Massachusetts. Then yeah, they probably can tell because they're around Dominicans. They know the difference. But I'm telling you right now, if I go to a predominantly white city, like with no color at all, they're gonna think I'm African American when I walk down the street.
Well, from far, it might look like you're African American, but like I said, they know the difference. Okay, like I said, that's why I brought up the Indian people from India. They're dark.
Black Tavius, there's a difference between the way a black person looks and a Indian look. They look completely different.
Same thing with you. Like you.
I don't get Glock.
Can I ask a question?
Glock.
For both of y'all. Can I ask a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Have either of y'all ever been asked what you're mixed with?
Yes.
Of course.
Have you been asked what you're mixed with, Glock?
Never.
Not me either.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. That's a great, fantastic point. But guess what? Most African Americans have like 20% European blood. So most African Americans have some type of mixture in them. I know.
Come on, bro.
Listen, hold on. Every African American I know does not look like Wesley Snipes. I'm sorry, they don't look like that.
Okay, and every Dominican I know don't look like you. There's lighter Dominicans and there's darker Dominicans. Like, I mean, they ain't Dominican.
But this is what I'm saying. Like,
I get it.
When I'm in the hood, bro, and I'm around black people. When I'm out in the hood around black people, there's some that are lighter than me, some are dark, some are the same complexion.
Oh my God,
Fighter, let me ask you this, Fighter. Some Dominicans who are light, like really, really light, like white, do they think you're black, like African American black?
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Now, what's being lost is this. What the brother is really trying to say is, when he mentioned FBA.
No, it was very specific. No, I was very specific. That's a group of black people.
Okay, well, that is an actual fact as a FBA. Now, let me break it down real simple and real quick.
Oh, and I have to correct you because you said that slavery went on first in America before Dominican Republic. That's a lie.
Oh, vice versa.
Okay.
It started in the Caribbean and spread to America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean and to America, and the ideals of the harsh severity of it all were, well, okay, to move away from that, to move to what the young brother was talking about when he was talking about foundational Black Americans and people that are not. In a nutshell, this is what he's saying. If your family bloodline does not go back to the Emancipation Proclamation, if not before, in the United States of America, you are not foundational Black American. That is what he's trying to say.
No, because I know we all know what FBA is, though. We know the definition.
Maybe I can say something, and then you guys tell me if you disagree.
The people that are considered African American is FBA.
No, they're foundational Black Americans. That's not considered an African American. Obama is an African American.
Okay, all right.
Can we let Mr. Noah ask the question?
FBAs by society, what do they call FBA?
Fine.
Foundational Black.
They just call them Black.
Foundational Black
American. In America, when someone says African American, they just mean Black.
Like, what was your question, Mr. Noah?
I don't get it. What's Black? Black is
from
anywhere. Yeah, you can be from anywhere and be Black. You can be from Colombia and be Black.
Don't confuse it. Don't confuse it.
But this is what I want to say. You guys tell me if you disagree, okay? Black people around the world have faced racism at the hands of Europeans, but it's often in different ways. One way that's different between the Dominican and the United States is, although in the Dominican they had slavery and discrimination, the larger society embraced African culture to a greater extent than they did here in the United States. Meaning, you go to Brazil, everybody dances samba. Everybody does capoeira, which is from Angola, right? You go to the Spanish countries, everybody's dancing to the clave rhythms. They've embraced African culture to an extent, Afro-Cuban music. But in the United States, they went through a much further extent. They tried to separate the races. They physically separated the races up until the 1960s. And even culturally, where there was overlap. I mean, even to this day, Black people and white people don't really make music together. It's rare. You go to a Latin country, it's mixed. Every ethnicity enjoys the culture together. So here in America, people who aren't from here, they need to understand that there's a greater degree of separation, and I guess I'll call it discrimination, that you might have experienced where you're from. Does anyone disagree with that?
No, well, myself being a world traveler, I understand what you're saying, but what I will tell you from the American aspect of it is integration is what failed Black America.
Why did it fail?
Because all of Black America took all of their money and their resources out of the Black community and went and took it to every other non-melanated community other than their own.
But if I could expound upon that, that wouldn't have even been so bad if there was reciprocity, right?
There was no plan for reciprocity. I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm talking from experience here.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm expounding upon what you said. I'm adding to it. That integration, they thought, would be mutual, right? We come to your community, we spend money there, you'll come to our community, you'll spend money here, we'll come work for you in your companies, you'll come work for us in our companies, but that's not what it was. It was everything we own, or Black people own, that wasn't allowed back then, everything they own at the time, they abandoned it to go be a part of the larger economy and went from ownership to employee in mass. That's why integration failed, because it wasn't reciprocal. They thought that they gave the white society the benefit of the doubt, thinking that, well, now that we're integrated, we will help each other's communities. And that's not what happened. That's why integration failed. I can't exactly blame Black Americans for thinking it would be that way. I mean, I wasn't alive back then. I don't know what the sentiments were at the time, but in hindsight, I think we can all agree that that was one of the pitfalls of integration. Even though civil rights came with it, and that was much needed, there were economic pitfalls as well.
Okay, well, I was alive during that time and never, in no sense of an inch of a thought, did black business owners think white people were going to come to black neighborhoods and shop. Okay,
So then,
they
what was the
didn't.
upside?
They didn't want blacks in their neighborhoods in the first place. So now you're being forced to integrate with a community that you didn't even want in your neighborhoods. You think they're going to come and shop there?
But then, why were black people so adamant about being integrated?
Because that fed into the civil rights aspect that was eliminate Jim Crow. Those Jim Crow laws and all that stuff on the book. So it was a give and a take. Now, the give, I will say personally, was well worth the take because it's the individual that left their community and went and shopped someplace else all the time, opposed to keeping the money right in the neighborhood. So that's the fault of the people. That's not the fault of the actual act of it all. See what I'm saying?
The reason I disagree with that is because it's not realistic to expect people to isolate themselves, economically speaking, especially when there's other societies that have the goods and services you need. For example, as much as they try to preach we should buy American and shop American, people are still going to buy Chinese because it's cheaper. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way supply and demand works. It's a competition between prices, quality of products, and if you've been living in an economically deprived situation, there's going to be certain products that just aren't being produced in your community, or they're not being produced well, and you're going to go outside the community to get it.
Well, with production of product and stuff, if doggone corporate America wasn't so greedy, they would still be manufacturing in the United States. That's pure corporate greed. That's like the guy. That's like the guy said, we can't produce Apple products in the United States because they would be too expensive for the consumer to buy. That's not true. They do not want to jeopardize their 500% profit margin.
And why should they?
I'm not saying why should they. I'm telling you what's going on.
Well, but what I'm saying is, when you blame the people, like individuals, for these macroeconomic factors, that's what I'm saying I disagree with. It's not realistic to expect people to spend their money in a way that doesn't, where they, spend your money, spend $5 here when you can get a better product over there for $3. It's not realistic.
Right, and then you have to take into consideration. I'm lost for the word of it all, but if someone is not wearing like $250 Jordans or above, and certain doggone jeans, blah blah blah, they feel that they're lesser than the next person.
Cap.
I mean, imagine somebody walking around with FUBU gym shoes and Ruffler jeans from Walmart and a t-shirt, and they just out there amongst people. You'd be like,
Yeah. This, you can't make this shit up, people.
Now you see this
You cannot
comment
make
from
this
this
shit up.
This is what I'm talking about. Like I said in my earlier comment, man, there's some black people that are just so self-flattering. Chinese don't buy nothing but Chinese. Same with Mexicans and everyone else but black folks. Bullshit. Everybody buys Chinese.
Yeah, that's true, because that's you've got the hand in glove thing going on, corporate America, Chinese, Taiwan, South Korea. I remember when people used to tease people if they had something like a home stereo, and he looked and said, "Made in Taiwan." Man, you got this cheap stuff. Man, Zenith is made right here in the USA. That's quality ish. Note how I don't cuss. I use other
Yes,
words.
but I bet you at the time a Zenith was comparable in price to the Taiwan made, or was she?
No, no,
Or
no.
or
Sound
or was she
design
superior?
stereos were cheaper,
Or
but
was
the
superior?
quality wasn't there.
That's what I'm saying. And it went to a point where the Chinese now make the best stuff and the cheapest
Somebody
stuff.
got an echo, yo.
Somebody got an echo going bad.
Yeah,
Okay,
we need to
stop.
get back on topic. We need to get back on topic
Yeah,
though,
I
no?
want to play. Yeah, we just
Well,
went
this
all
is the
off. I need
topic.
to. Yeah,
This is
but
the topic
I want
because
to
That
hear from.
that and plus I want to hear from Angela. See,
Yeah,
she
that
been
was gonna
waiting
say like I
patiently
want
and
to hear
stuff.
from
Like I want to hear
Angela
what she got to say.
and then play the video. All right, go ahead,
Yeah.
Angela. Hi.
You guys hear me good? I'm not echoing, am I?
No,
No,
you're
you
good.
good.
No,
Yeah.
you're fine.
Hi, Angela.
Alright, I think it's possible for blacks to be racist against their own race or prejudice. Like, for an example, I live out here in California. I'm in Sacramento, and I remember growing up thinking I think blacks hate blacks or hate being blacks, or maybe it's just the blacks out here. Like, you guys brought up the whole colorism thing. That is really bad out here. I don't know. It just seems like if you're real dark, black people have this disdain for you. Like I mean, out here they really have this obsession with hair, skin tone. I just noticed out here that they do discriminate out here based on skin and hair and who's mixed and who's not. It's just it's ridiculous here.
It's
All
Cali.
yeah, right,
watch
right.
that's global.
No,
And
that's
I
not
No, that's
global. Not
Cali.
like in
It,
California.
California.
it might be
One
different, but
mic, yo. One mic.
it might be different. But where are they doing the skin bleaching at?
They're not skin bleaching in California. It's all about skin and hair and complexion.
Yeah,
Trust me, I know this.
in other countries they skin bleach.
right, like I thought that maybe like I wasn't for sure if this just California or is this a nationwide thing until I had ran into black people that would come to visit California or who I talked to online and said they visit California. And the first thing they told me, "Oh, you're from California?" I don't like black people in California because they are all what they say, they are all coons or sellouts. And I'm like, well, explain it to me. And then they'll tell me, yeah, all the black women talk like valley girls and they don't like being black, and the black men date white women, and they all got issues out there. I was like, yeah, that's true.
I'm like, but did they lie?
No, they did not lie. And
Okay.
I don't like I didn't like I've had black men tell me, well, you are not too dark, you are just right. So you're not too light or too dark, so you're cool. And I'm like, is that supposed to be a compliment? Like, I'm not even sure what to think about that because I don't like being around people that think like that. But I notice out here black people do have a hate for each other, but I think that depends on what you look like out here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. They're just strange people. Like, if you don't like blacks that have like that type of mentality and white is better or something close to white, then you probably don't want to come out to California because these Negroes got issues.
Yeah, they do. I witnessed one. She had the hair and she wasn't as light skinned as me, but she was a very petite woman, married, 2 kids, this and that, had my birthday party, brought a bottle of wine wrapped up in this nice little bag of whatever. And I'm like, oh, I don't really drink wine, but ladies do. So I know about wines. I'm like, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, you can save that if, for somebody special, blah, 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 blah. And I'm sitting here like, girl, you bought this wine at Walmart. This is not like the Chateau Chablis. This is Walmart wine. Who you think you playing with? You must think I'm from Georgia. Huh.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
There's some
But
I think that we can all agree that there's black self-loathing on every corner of the globe. It manifests itself differently, and we find ourselves, in spaces like this comparing one way to the other, but it's all the same underlying issue. is that we've elevated whiteness collectively, I should say, not as individuals, but collectively have elevated whiteness above blackness.
I know. How
Not
many
in
people on here loathe themselves? Because I don't. I love me.
I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking
Oh,
about collectively.
Like, I've always loved being black. Like, I'm like, I got the good genetics. My hair is pretty strong. You know what I mean? Like, I love it. I'm like, am I the only black person that love being black?
No,
It's-
I love it
No,
too. I
you're
love
not.
it too. But I'll tell you what, when I was a kid, and I made a mental choice not to prefer light-skinned women. Because I remember I found myself being more attracted to mixed girls than dark. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, why do I think like this? Do the white
Yo,
people
I never,
check it.
My bad.
Check it. I used to
Uh-huh.
think that way, right? And then I'm like, I'm brainwashed. I'm like, did African people, before they ever knew of a white man, look around at each other and be like, we're ugly? No, they didn't do that. they didn't start thinking that way until Europeans came and started pushing their beauty standards on us. And at that moment, this was like I was 10 years old. I remember I was brainwashed and I was like disgusted with myself. And I made a conscious decision like, nah, man, you need to change the way you think. And it's like,
I never made a distinction. I never seen I never thought it was so much about complex. At least to me, what I was sexually attracted to. I never like, oh, light skin. I never like did it like that. Like I see that dudes do it or they prefer light skin. To me, I never made the distinction. Like if I liked you, I liked you. And I'm the same way now, but even growing up, if I like, I don't know how many dudes like. I'm gonna get a little graphic. But how many dudes actually when they watching porn or something type light skin? You just type black. I never. Maybe dudes do that. I don't know.
shit, bro. Yeah, I don't know. With me, women that are. Oh, am I okay?
Somebody's echoing. Is that me?
No, I think my mic went out or something.
We hear you.
No, we hear you.
Okay, I was wondering. I was like, okay,
I thought Octavius was done, man. You done?
yeah, yeah. But I mean, when it as a the women folk, California, Floridians, and New York City, I will not date. Now, if she's from Long Island, I'll consider it. But outside of that, all other places, it's a no go. Don't even think about it. Because I've seen too many people that had bad experiences, and with certain accents, it just turns me off. It's a turn off. Hearing a woman with a certain accent, I can't. That's not even sexy. It's not like she's speaking French. It's like Cali girl. Oh, it's like you were DJing. It was like so cool what you were doing. I'm like, go away, go away, go away, go away. Then with the New Yorkers, they sound like MC Light. You came to the club and then you got on the box and you rocked the box and you DJ it hot. No, baby, you sound like you want to go and roll on somebody with me. Like me and you could tag team on some cats in the street. No, too masculine for me. So I stick with the Midwest or the Southern drawl. That's just me. It's not a
You're right.
complexion thing. It's a accent thing.
Yeah. Whose mic is that bad?
I don't know. I can't see. Everybody,
Yeah.
I'm
when one
muted up,
person
so
is
they're
talking,
me.
yeah, mute up when one person is talking. But let's get to this super chat from Michael. Thank you, Michael, for the $5 super chat. He says, more than a hate for each other, we have a lack of love for each other. For real. Like, how many people actually love you?
I mean, I have to agree with that. You have a lot of black people who are pro-black, like black everything. They love being black. I would count myself amongst those people. My philosophy is like bet on black. because I think we have so much untapped potential as a group, and we don't tap into it because we've been riddled with self-doubt due to all the I mean, earlier when Glocktavius was talking about racism he's endured, I will tell you the most pervasive racism I've endured is like the constant low expectations. When you start trying to talk about something smart and people are like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever, man.
How do you associate that with racism? Oh,
because
no,
it's
okay, hold, wait, 1 minute. My phone is at 3%. I'm going to drop off on the phone because maybe it's my phone that my mic that's screwing up because my battery's so low. I'm gonna get on my laptop and I'll chime back in.
So
Okay,
I'll answer the question.
Okay, all right. I'll chime back in on the laptop because my phone is like gone.
Okay, cool.
Okay, see you all in a few.
See you in a few.
All right. So he asked me, how do I associate it with racism? But see, that's the thing with racism, right? Is isolated incidents you never can quite tell. You suspect it's racism unless it's overt, but you never know for certain. But when you have repeated behavior, like when I was in college, right? I got a math degree, so I was in the math department. And I'm telling you, man, people who I'm outscoring on tests, people who barely master the material, whenever I try to explain something, they're like always skeptical. I remember a couple times we had projects we had to do, and I turned in my section of the project. Now, at the time I was working, so I wasn't on campus all the time. So when they would submit the project for us, and when I get the project back, my whole section is omitted. And the paper is just like some paper that the other group members wrote. To me, like it was written by some 8th graders. I'm like, what the hell? And this happened often. And other Black people, they say they went through it too. It's just like low expectations. And it's different depending on the type of people you interact with, right? Like if you're interacting with liberal people, their version of low expectations is like they don't think you can do anything because you just never got a fair break. The conservative version is they think you're genetically, your IQ is, Black people have lower IQs. It's just what it is. This is the type of racism I've endured in intellectual spaces.
Yeah.
Another thing is when non-Blacks are given the benefit of the doubt over you. Like if you're ever in a dispute and they're like, it's kind of like earlier when you were talking about your experience at the bar. You're the one who experienced it, but he gave the other guy the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was just an asshole.
Right.
Like you can't be a racist unless you're caught on tape saying the N-word with the hard R.
You nailed it.
Short of that,
you're
never racist.
The fact that they didn't give me the benefit of the doubt and gave it to him, and these are Black people that didn't give me the benefit of the doubt. Leonard, that is it. That's racist. That was a good call. That was a real good call.
All right, Melody, let's get back to the video so we can finish this up. I'm tired of looking at that dude's face.
All right. Okay, fair use.
Mm-hmm.
Who lived across the street from me. His name was Isaac. And Isaac accepted me. His mom accepted me. Isaac saw that I like Sonic the Hedgehog. He saw I like Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, Justice League Unlimited. He had manga. He had some comic books. And we were friends. You know what I'm saying? So, and this was a pattern I began to notice. When I went to school with these hoodlums, lived around these hoodlums, why is it that I was most likely mistreated by these people, but then someone of a different ethnicity, someone of a different race treated me like a friend? Somalians were nice to me. Latinos were nice to me. You know what I'm saying? Whites were nice to me. Some Asians were nice to me. But my own, I didn't really get that. Unless you were a family member or someone I knew. But I didn't really get that from my own growing up. I didn't really get that. These types of people will walk around with their pants hanging halfway off their tails. On that thug shit. You know what I'm saying? Just walking jokes. And I'm supposed to call these types of people brother and sister. Hey, Noob Sidebot said it best. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. We share blood, but we're not brothers. We may share the same skin complexion, but we're not brothers. Just because someone shared the same complexion as you does not mean you're automatically obligated to call them brother and sister. Because let's keep it $1. It can be your own who can backstab you. Most likely it is your own who can backstab you.
Melody, pause this real quick. Pause this.
So as I got older,
pause it, Melody, pause.
As I got older.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, listen. You see this guy acting like he's been rejected his whole life? How many times did you just hear him looking down on the black community? Might it be he was rejected because people could sense his superiority complex?
Good point.
Might it be he was rejected because he's made it such a point to reject black culture? That's usually what it is. And I'm not saying it's right, but when you see somebody who doesn't enjoy anything that black people make, they don't listen to black music, they don't watch black media, they don't do anything black, everything they do is non-black, people see that as a rejection. And not that it always is a rejection. Some people genuinely just like what they like. But you could tell this guy hates. He hates that typical black people.
Yeah, you can tell.
He's trying to recruit others. He's actually trying to recruit others to hate black people.
Yeah. Here's the thing. He's using hood vernacular. Let me keep it $1.50. I think he does like some of the black things, which is ironic. But he said that other races were nicer to him. You know what? A lot of people tend to do that with black people, especially black people. I bet you he overlooked every nigga or every nice black girl that ever talked to him. I bet you $1 million. Because he said it himself. He didn't know how many other black people felt like how he felt. So he probably ran into some people like that. I bet you $1 million that there were black people that was cool with him and he overlooked them because your negative experiences is going to trump your positive ones, especially in grade school. You're going to remember what you're going to remember what bothered you more than what helped you. You are. So he's going huh?
But there's a difference. Right? How many white people grow up in white neighborhoods and are bullied and mistreated? How often do you hear them turn around against their own community and blame the mistreatment they felt at whiteness?
No, they go up to a school and pew, pew, pew. Trench coat mafia.
Right.
Do they blame
Columbine?
Do they blame it on white people not treating them like a brother?
Yeah.
Or is it just like these are fucked up people, sorry, Melody. These are messed up.
They don't make the race distinction.
Yeah, they don't make a race
distinction. They do. That's what Trench Coat Mafia did.
They didn't make a race distinction.
Oh, well, they didn't make a race distinction, but black people.
But that's what we're talking about.
A lot of black people got to throw that in. You got to throw that in for that.
About.
See, they got to sprinkle some racism on it. Sprinkle some racism on it like seasoning. To add that little extra on it. That extra suffering.
I kinda understand him just a little. I mean, I never had an issue with black boys growing up, but black girls, no. I had made a conscious decision at 15. I'm bothered with most of them. I mean, some of them are cool, some of them are. But no, sorry, because when I hung out with other races of chicks, there was no drama. He said, she said. Somebody wants to no reason, or you think that. I didn't go through none of that.
Okay, so maybe
Oh my
here's the
God,
difference.
no! I swear,
Maybe here's the
I
difference.
swear, me and you are the same. Cause black girls, like I hung with black girls. I gave them chances. Even when I got older, like old enough to go to the club at 21 or whatever, I wanted to have friends. But black girls always stabbed me in the back. They always spread rumors about me, lied on me, wanted to fight me, to turn the other people against me. I was robbed by black women. Like, I'm
All
telling
right.
you, when a black girl is jealous, she's jealous. Trust me.
So maybe the reason why black people make the race distinction is because black people give other races a chance and notice the difference, whereas white people who are mistreated by other whites still don't hang out with black folk.
Wait, can you say it again? I'm sorry.
I'm saying maybe the issue then is why these guys and you two are making race distinctions is because you've actually given other races of people a chance. Whereas white people who are mistreated by other white people still don't hang out with black folks
Yeah,
to know the difference.
but okay, so I didn't even have a lot of other races of friends. But the few that I did, I had like two or three people that one was Asian, one was Hispanic, and I had one white. And they were all much nicer to me than the black girls, hands down. Much nicer.
Hung out with the Mexican chicks for a while, and I didn't have no issue being around them. So I'm like, this is so different. This is so different because I had went from hanging out with, with the black girls to hanging out with the boys. But then, that doesn't last too long, right? And I
Yeah,
started
yeah,
hanging.
boys want to smash sooner or later.
Of course.
Cause especially when you pretty, they gonna
But
want some.
It
Right.
don't matter. I like nice women. Nice tits, nice ass, nice woman.
when you're a teenager, you can kind of get away with hanging out with the guys. But I think as I got older, especially when I turned 18, yeah, it's like guys are like, no, I can't be around you. You know what I'm saying? They're just trying to smash. It's like, oh no. So I started hanging around with other races of chicks, and it was just it's different. There was just no drama. It's like I don't know. I don't know what it is about black chicks, but they are just some backstabbing, jealous females. I don't time for that.
And not just black. And I'm not gonna say all black because when I worked at Staples, I was around a lot of Haitian girls, and they were all sweet and nice. So it's not black. I'm gonna not say black women. I'm gonna say African American ADOS women are the ones that I just couldn't get along with. But like Africans, Haitians, Dominicans, Black Puerto Ricans, everybody else I got along with. But ADOS Black American women, nah, nah. Unfortunately.
I don't know. It's just weird. Like I had got along with a few black chicks. I can say who was solid, but damn, like that's literally it. It's like, ugh. But what is it about these?
I think this might be more pervasive amongst women because I've never made a racial distinction between black men and white men and thought the white men treated me better.
I'll say this.
Neither have I.
It's not. I'll say this. That mean girl stuff. They do it. They do it to all girls. It's not just unique to Melody or like Angela. It's like Love and Hip Hop. You see, when Love and Hip Hop was popping, these grown women fighting. Like they do it to each other. It's like it's not. So I think this nerdy guy on the screen, he's taking it more personal, which it is what it is. But he's acting like niggas is not fighting each other too. Like, oh, they just picking on me. It ain't never like it's a whole thing.
Well, it's all in understanding women. If you cater to a woman's emotions, She'll be like the cow that jumped over the moon for you.
What? We ain't talking about smashing right now.
I'm not talking about smashing. I'm talking about in any aspect of whatever. You cater to their emotions, butter them up, they'll run the longest mile for you. But if something becomes confrontational, whereas you're like, okay, because now if any men disagree, which you are welcome to disagree, we think our way through things, they feel their way through things.
Nah,
I feel, men, I think, or I know. You see what I'm saying? Women are emotional by nature. Men are not emotional by nature. So we look for which part makes sense?
I think that women think more than you think that they think.
I think that if you're comparing the fact that they identify with their emotions and you're saying they work through them, that's not an accurate depiction. That's not.
I didn't say they work through them. I said
you did.
No,
you did say
I'm not.
Did.
I didn't say they work through them. No, I did not.
Yeah.
Do not put words in my mouth. I did not.
That's
I said.
Go ahead.
Can we keep it one mic, yo?
Okay, I never said work through. I said they feel their way through. Well, I feel this, or I feel that, and I've seen women set each other up. Smooth set each other up. Be at the mall shopping. Oh, girl, what you think about that outfit? Oh, you look cute in that. Knowing that she looked like Bozo the Clown. Then they get at the club and the fellas was like, really? You picked that out? You look crazy right now. You looking crazy. All you need is the doggone big red nose and the big old
Sounds like she thought about it.
You see what I'm saying? And they'll do that to each other so that they could get more attention than the next one. I'm telling you.
All right, y'all. Stop what y'all doing in the chat right now. Pause. Do whatever you got to do, because right now I'm only seeing 48 likes in the chat on Melody Stream, man. Get that up to 50, man. You only got 2 more, man. Come on, let's get them likes up, yo. And if you watching on my channel, man, get the likes up. I want to see at least 20 likes on my channel for real. Right, so just support the show, because I know y'all digging the conversation right now. So just hit the like button, man. It's free. All right, go ahead.
Real quick, before we get to that, oh, you spoke, right? True Table?
Just to the gentleman's comment.
Okay. I want to get your opinion on this. What's your opinion?
I was actually curious if someone could educate me on how you identify as Black outside of struggle and outside of melanin. If somebody could help me understand.
Oh, in the United States, the history, slavery,
Mike,
doo-dah.
Okay, so if I understand your explanation, to identify as Black is to identify as circumstance, because what you're talking about is circumstantial.
Exactly. And
okay.
That's very true. Now I don't.
That's what he says. I disagree with that, but that's what he said.
No,
okay.
Because I've seen it. Because like I said, with myself, when we're talking about race, ethnicity, nationality. My nationality is American. My ethnicity is Louisiana Creole.
Okay. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't understand where that question came from. Who wanted to know the identity of your Blackness? I don't understand. Why did you ask that question?
Because based on what I was listening to, if I'm understanding the video correctly, the gentleman is explaining his experience being Black and not, I guess, identifying with what is considered to be Black. And then based on everyone's commentary, there was things that were mentioned about, he rejects the community, or he's trying to identify as different, or he's also trying to elevate himself past being a different type of Black. So I just wanted to know what that means to identify as Black from Black people.
Yeah. They were having their own little conversation in the chat probably, but I don't think he's not trying to not be Black. He's just making a distinction between ghetto Black people and ones that's not. I guess he feels like he's not, and he gets along with other races. But I don't think he was trying to say that he wasn't black.
Well,
But you also don't.
I wasn't saying he was. I was saying from what you guys were saying, because there was clear comment. I listened that he must not like identifying as black, or he's trying to elevate himself. Somebody mentioned rejecting, from a place of superiority, and that's kind of what got me like curious. So I'm trying to figure out if we're black people. Go ahead.
That was me that said that. I'm trying to answer the question.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm the one who said that. Now, here's the thing, right? Would you agree there's such thing as, I'm now talking about the country of Mexico, not ethnically Mexico, but Mexican culture?
There's Latin culture, sure.
But
do you identify it by geography? Sure.
Do you think there's such thing as Mexican culture? The country of Mexico?
Sure.
Do they have a culture?
Sure.
Okay, so if you were to define this culture, what were some things you might say? And I'll answer, and that's rhetorical. I'll answer it, right? You might say things like food, music, clothing. They do tend to maybe religion, all sorts of things like that, correct?
Okay.
So when it comes to Black Americans, the reason why you have this thing called Black culture is because for centuries, Black people were separated. Even though they shared a country with white people and other people, they were separated. And by being separated and kept together, they developed these things. They developed cuisine, a way of speaking, music, fashion, the way they practice their religion, all these things. There's a way that Black Americans tend to do these types of things, especially the Black people who grow up around other Black people. That is Black culture.
Okay.
And well, with this guy, for whatever reason, I don't know why. I don't know how many Black people he grew up around or what, but for whatever reason, the culture, the way Black people often tended to express themselves, he didn't embrace that. He embraced
right.
And that's why I asked the question. That's why I asked it specifically. How do you identify it outside of struggle and complexion? Because everything you're saying, I totally agree with. There's always representation of culture, and that can be, represented by food, by dance, by language. There's a combination of things that can identify culture. I guess I would kind of understand the young man, in the video, that our particular community identifies more with the struggle aspect of it, because even to identify, that's what I would.
He was talking about anime.
Yes,
it have to do with struggle.
Well, no, I'm not saying he was saying that was struggle. I'm speaking to being, a melanated man and being around other Black people. Our community has a tendency to identify each other and measure Blackness based on struggle. It's not based on, things that I would consider to be more prominent.
I disagree with that.
Okay,
like
go ahead.
When you say complexion, do you mean genetics? Because that's how you identify with the race. But as far as struggle, I disagree with that. I don't think that you had to go through something to be Black. Like this rich Black people, this rich Black kids, they go through nothing, but they still Black.
I'm not talking about you particularly. I'm speaking more so from the community. I mean, if we want to sit here and be honest, we cannot say that the community does not have a particular measure that when they're trying to figure out if they identify with you, because it is very different to identify with being grow up in the inner city. Let's keep it very. Somebody said it earlier. New York, Los Angeles, and Florida. Those major cities that are coastal don't necessarily identify with Southerners. Southerners don't normally identify with Northerners. There is differences. And in our community, there is difference.
But those differences are not like racial. Like basically, this is why I brought up like a rich Black. Like you can take Bronny James, like LeBron James' son. He can say he's Black because he is Black, but he could never say he's hood. He can't say he's from the hood, from the ghetto. He can't do none of that. But he can say he's Black because he's Black. So it's not about struggle to say that you're Black. So you're mixing up regions.
I agree.
Caveat.
if I could, bro, one caveat
One
on
mic,
that.
yo, one mic.
If I could throw a caveat on that,
make it brief.
It will be. Trust. They're not gonna ask LeBron James' son to come back and do something because he's from the community and he don't help out the community. That's a doggone cultural thing that really needs to stop. Y'all don't come back and help. You forget where you came from.
What were people saying when they saw his picture with some white chick he went to prom with?
They weren't happy about it.
Yeah,
They were mad.
They have expectations of him too. Don't think just because he's rich, the community doesn't expect him to represent the community.
Oh yeah, him being black, the strength that he's black alone, there's gonna be people that's like, oh, you should do something for your people. There's gonna be people that's gonna say that.
Well, I think that this conversation is very fruitful, but I hope that we can continue to be honest. The gentleman is identifying with something like anime, which does not originate from our community, our creativity. But that's like saying that as a black person, you can't enjoy Mexican food, or Thai food. And there is a measure. I don't understand it personally, but black people do have a tendency to try to accredit their blackness, and it's normally based in how hood are you or how hood aren't you, and it's based on
yeah.
I want to challenge something you said earlier. You said that people from New York, California, and Florida.
No, that was me. I said that. That was mine. I said that.
He agreed with you. He agreed with you too that these people that they don't. I forget the word he used. Something along the lines of they don't connect or they don't
usually identify with the same things because of their region, because of their practices, sometimes their belief system. Like Southerners think a little different than people who usually are like either on the East Coast or West Coast. That's similar.
And yet they each have their own version of hip hop.
Right.
You have your East Coast hip hop, you have your West Coast hip hop, and you have your Southern hip hop. They may have differences regional, but there's still an underlying black culture.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing. Exactly. I'm not disagreeing with that. I think that, again, this particular young man, I don't know where he grew up, but there is a difference even in speech patterns. I'm a black man. I can start talking, people will automatically just group me in instead of asking, figuring out. They just associate even something like speech pattern. Because if you're accustomed to being around people who shorten words or use a lot of hood vernacular, I heard a young man say that earlier, then you identify. Black people.
But if you hear somebody speaking with a French accent, you're gonna think they're from France.
I get it, but you're not gonna take away from their range of Frenchness. You're not gonna say you're less French if your French accent is deeper or lighter.
A French person might. Do Latinos not often judge Latinness by one's ability to speak Spanish?
Accurately, yes, but they don't do it based on you being less or more. They identify it on proper. They identify it on structure. Because there is a vernacular that's even speaking Spanish. You can speak broken Spanish. You can speak, original Spanish. And they usually identify that based on intellect or proper, your hierarchy.
Sorry to say this. But sometimes when black people, when they decide to speak the King's English correctly, they change their tone and they try to sound more white. So if you see somebody and they're speaking, I'm not even gonna say proper because it's not about proper, it's about the tone. Because I could identify me listening to you, I could tell you're black, me listening to you. And you talk more proper than I do. You feel me? So it's not about so much the proper. It's about I've seen black people change literally their voice. Maybe when they're doing maybe when they're on the job and they're taking call services, maybe when they're in customer service. I've seen black people change their voice. Even black girls change their voice, customer service, sound like white girls. They do that even to get job interviews. There's people that I guess that's how they try and survive in America, by trying to sound white, to be frank. Like there's people that do that. So that's why you're gonna hear people say, you're not black like that, or you're not. Sorry to say, like hood like that, stuff like that. You're gonna hear it more when you have people that do that. Like they change their tone, their pitch, just to appease whatever white person they're trying to appease.
But I
Well,
think
guys,
that's
hold
what
that thought, guys. Hold that thought, because we have to get back to the video. Like, so hold that thought. Let's play a little of the video, and then I'll stop it.
Fair use, y'all.
Fair use.
And I continued being on my Nerdjet. I continued being on my Sonic. Basically, I continued being me. I came to the, or it was until I watched, like, the Boondocks. You know what I'm saying? Because 2003, 2 years later, it was until I watched the Boondocks, and I saw this episode with Martin Luther King returning. Okay. I saw this episode with Martin Luther King returning, and Martin Luther King basically, I can't play it due to copyright, but I can definitely leave a link in the description where you can watch it yourself. But he basically described hood rats. He used I can't say that due to demonetization, but he spoke about hood rats. He said they're walking contradictions. He went in. He went in and told those people in the episode the truth. And then I understood. Then years later, I watched Chris Rock when he talked about blacks versus niggas. And then I see this, and it's like, you know what? They're right. You know what I'm saying? Now, me, 28 years old now, God willing, I see 29. And I know it's been 11 minutes. I'm probably not even going to edit this video. Keep it real with you. Uncut, unscripted.
He clearly didn't edit it.
As much as it pains me to say this,
It don't pain me.
they're right. All right? This isn't me being an Uncle Tom. Just because I say something that you don't like, brother, just because I say something you don't like, sister, does not mean I'm tap dancing for the white man. Because let's keep it a buck. I love being black. I love being a giant chocolate gorilla bear. I love being me. I love my melanated complexion. I love being an Afro-American. Okay. I love that I am a descendant from Africa, but I was born in America. So I'm American, but I am a descendant of Africa. I love that. No cap. But I see when people talk like how I'm talking, they're called Coon or Uncle Tom.
Man.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What year did he say this video? He made this video.
What year? Much longer ago.
Yeah, because if he's saying, no cap, this got to be recent. So
it's probably a year or two old, I think.
Okay, let's do the math on this. If it's 2 years
old,
right?
this is a year old. Yeah.
Okay, 1 year old. He said he's 28, right?
Yeah. This matter of fact, yeah, it'll be 2 years come May, but yeah, it's a year and a half.
Okay. The Boondocks Martin Luther King episode. Then he want to reference Chris Rock, episode, Bigger and Blacker.
That
concert came out in 1996.
That was funny.
Yeah, but that was 1996. I know because I bought the DVD. No.
It was DVDs in 1996?
Yeah.
Why? I have a question. I don't know who said it, but why is speaking English? Or someone said the King's English. I thought that was funny. But why is speaking English, and I guess in a proper, manner, considered trying to appease white people?
It's not about the proper. It's not about. That's what the point he was making. It's not about the proper. It's about the tone. It's about the accent that you're faking, that you're putting on. Right?
Thank you.
Like people talk about Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson talks white. Russell Wilson talks like a surfer dude. He's not eloquent. And people still say he talks white. It's because of his accent. Right? That's what really, I mean, it's the tone. Michael Eric Dyson is like a super articulate dude. Malcolm X was eloquent.
Right.
I've never heard anybody say they talk white.
Exactly. Good point.
That's okay. I'm just trying to.
It's not about the eloquence. It's not about the eloquence. It's not about the grammar. It's about the accent and the tone. And that's why I said earlier, if you speak with a French accent, people are going to think you're French.
Well, that makes sense. I guess it's just sometimes confusing to me because if we're in a country that is dominated by white people, and in most cases you're going to have to interact with white people. I'm not saying you should be as white people or speak as white people, but in the country that you're in, it's probably best that you know how to speak the language to the best of your abilities. That's accurate if you want to be proactive.
They're hiding the parts of their speech that reveal their blackness, or they're suppressing it. And I don't completely blame them. I mean, that's you got to survive in this world. But
yeah, but doesn't it speak to how that can change if you're talking about being in a city like Los Angeles, for example, you know, like where I grew up, and if you're in South Central, you're going to speak in a tone. But then if you go to West LA or, you know, maybe Bel Air area, they're still in the same region. You're talking 30 miles, 20, 30 miles. And the people, if they don't necessarily look like you, they don't sound like you, but you're in the same country.
That's what I explained earlier with segregation. That's what segregation did. Segregation made it so that no matter where a black person traveled in this country, he had to go live with other black folks. So even if you go up north and you're living in a black community, these are people who originally came from the South. So there's crossover in the culture. Yes, over time, the accents change, the slang changes and all this, but there's like they all have the same foundational culture and background. So that's why you see a lot of overlap. No matter where you go and there's black folks, there's similarities. So this is the culture that I'm talking about.
Well, myself personally, I couldn't doggone respect what those in the media were saying about Colin Powell and Barack Obama. Can't respect it. They're so well spoken.
Like it's an anomaly.
What the hell are you trying to really say? Is that some type of code? Like they can't speak English in an articulate way that everyone can understand every word that comes out of their mouth?
That's what I'm saying. Low expectations.
Exactly. It's like if I was to tell someone, your assumptions are totally erroneous. I would not use those words in a common, regular conversation because it's not necessary. You know, people.
Some people like to though.
I know they like to because they have an ego thing. They want to make themselves sound like they're above the other individual intellectually.
Maybe.
No, that's what they do. I've seen them do it constantly.
But it could also be because they know if they speak the regular way, they'll be dismissed outright.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I said, I don't blame. They call it code switching, right? I don't really blame people who code switch on a professional level. But if you're like somebody who code switches maybe in social situations, I might look at you sideways.
Yeah.
I mean, well, everybody wants to be understood. I mean, I've heard some people talk, and they would be using these slang terms, and I wouldn't have a clue what they're talking about. And I'm not talking about myself having a conversation with an individual. I would be out somewhere making a purchase, and two people would be talking, and I would just go about my whatever way, and hell, they could be talking about me for all I know. And I don't have a clue what they're talking about.
All right, y'all.
Well, do you guys ever notice too when it comes to code switching that it's always in one direction, almost always? You know, like when the white people are predominantly black space, do they switch the way they talk?
All right, we got to get back to this video, yo. We got to get back to this video. We got to get back to this video, yo. It's too long. I can't sit here and look at this too much longer, man. We got to get this over with.
All right, fair use.
Fair use. There y'all can go
Why?
back and
Because
chop it up.
we can't handle the truth. I want what's best for humanity. And black people are part of humanity. White people are part of humanity. Asians are part of humanity. I want what's best because, bro, I'm a unique reflection of God first, me being on my spiritual journey. I am a human being second, and I am a melanated man third. I put humanity before race. So in the end, I do want what's best for my people, my spiritual family. However, when it comes to just us being the same skin complexion, like I said, that doesn't mean we're brothers because let's be real, me growing up and and I'm not the only one talking about this, we were mistreated heavily by our own. I've seen a lot of these thugs, a lot of these gangbangers, a lot of these, they're out here killing their own. They're out here hurting their own. They're out here doing all this jacked up stuff. And that bothers me. Okay. Listen. I am a respectable black man. I have nothing to prove. I come on here, I speak proper. Because keep in mind, I've been talking like this since childhood. And these hoodlums would say, these hood rats would say, man, why you talk white? Damn, nigga. Why you talk white, my nigga? God damn, Cole.
The judgmental.
Cole. Pick up a book. You know, and if anyone ever says that to you, just reply to them. That's a very interesting way of calling yourself stupid. What is talking white? What? So because I don't talk with that hood slang, my God, because I can do that, no problem. I can do that, no problem. It's just
right, Melody, pause it for a minute.
Talking white. What an
Melody,
idiot.
pause it.
You're unintelligent.
You see how
you had something you wanted to add, man?
Equals intelligent. Go on.
No, I was just asking if you had anything you wanted to say.
Oh, I thought Tavius asked it.
No,
I heard you talking. Know it all.
Oh, because I was just saying. You see how he's judging them. My brother. I mean, he's like, what's talking white? Just because I'm smart? Like, no, it's not because of that. That's what I explained before he even said it. But he assumed that it's intelligence based, which means he kind of assumes talking black equals stupidity.
All right.
I mean, this guy, he doesn't see how he's actually the racist he thinks other black people are.
Yeah.
He's the one. He's the only racist one.
I'm not saying they're not racist to him too, but he's racist right back. He's not better than them.
So you say like you think he's milking all of this?
What I'm saying is he clearly has disdain for the black community.
I mean, yeah, we see that. I'm just saying, like, to me, in my opinion, he laying it on too thick.
Hey, what? Sorry.
I said to me, it's like he's laying this on a little too thick. Because I mean, you want to put too much emphasis on the Igga or the hood rat or the hood this, and it's like, dude, like, whatever, man. Go ahead, man.
And you notice too, like, he said something like he's a child of humanity or something, or he puts humanity first. If he really put humanity first, then he would acknowledge that the way black people have been treated by other races is way worse than black people treat each other. He's talking about black people out here killing their own. How many of us are out here doing that? Yet you talk about, if you want to talk about how many of us have, historically speaking, especially, been mistreated, a much higher percentage have been mistreated by the dominant society than we have by somebody trying to kill us who shares our complexion.
Say delete.
The fact that he elevates black sins.
Yeah, watch those words. Say what? Delete, not the K word. We're gonna say delete.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, delete or unlike.
Elevates the sins of black people over the sins of everyone else. when it's, I mean, come on. Do we really even have to debate which is worse?
Mr. Know-it-all, cooking. You cooking. Go ahead. I hear you.
I'm not saying that black people don't have problems, but this is the type of racism that you see from black people. Is like they're pointing, but they're it's kind of like, imagine a crowd of people throwing rocks at a crowd of white people throwing rocks at a black person. The black person picks up a rock and throws one back, and you're like, look what he did. It's like, are you not paying attention to the centuries and the global, anti-blackness? No, you can only focus on the anti-blackness within a minority of the black community. That's the real travesty. Everything else is like, I don't know, is it? Are they racist? Maybe they're just assholes.
All right, guys, fair use.
Interested in hearing some numbers?
Go ahead.
Let me give you some
numbers.
But
okay.
No,
now, the Iraq and Afghanistan war. Iraq lasted 7 years out of the 20 years of the Iraq.
Keep this brief, Leonard.
Okay. How can I keep it brief? I'm getting interrupted. I'm summing it up real quick. Now,
don't do that.
The Iraq war, 7 years. 714 Black American soldiers died. Okay, the total died in both doggone conflicts was 6,978 United States service members total. Chicago alone, in the same time period, you had 11,492 deletions, and the vast majority, 82% of that number, was black on black.
I got some numbers. How many Congolese did King Leopold kill?
I don't got nothing to do with Congolese.
Well, we're talking.
I'm not from that country.
We're talking about racism against black people, right?
What?
10 million.
You talking about the Congolese, right? Isn't that in Africa?
How many black people died in the transit? I don't even know if during the
transatlantic slave trade. Okay, that's an unknown number, but if you want to bring that up, who sold them into slavery in the first place? It's not like you had the colony people went over there and just took all those people by force. That's why they call it the slave trade and not the slave holocaust.
No, it's not like a trade. Like you show up and you offer something, and if they reject you, you're like, okay, well.
Oh, yes, it was. They offered bodies for durable goods from the British.
This is what happens when you learn African history from white people. Let me break it down for you.
Okay, break it down to me then.
I want you to go look up a letter written by King Afonso, so he's often referred, of the Congo, to King João of Portugal, begging him to stop the slave trade. Why? Because the merchants of Portugal would come to the Congo and they would trade in slaves with the disreputable people of the Congo, making them so rich that the Congolese royalty were poorer than the merchants. It's not like it was just this jovial thing. When Africans would try to expel the Europeans and kill them when they didn't leave, what would the Europeans do? They'd come down, destroy the whole village. I'm not saying that there weren't complicit players, but it wasn't like a swap meet we're talking about here. This was an arms race. This was Europeans coming, disrupting the economy and the power structure of Africa. Merchants, kidnappers, basically becoming so enriched and so powerful with the guns they were getting that not even their own royalty could subdue their efforts. This is more accurate of what the slave trade in Africa was. Don't let them tell you that it was just a bunch of enthusiastic Africans trying to sell their quote-unquote own, which is another interesting turn of phrase, sell your own. I've never heard anyone refer to the Holocaust as genocide against their own just because they're Europeans. No, when it's the Holocaust, we differentiate between Jews and Nazis. But when it's Africans, it's their own brothers, their own. Like, come on, man.
All right, y'all. We're gonna do fair use. I want to get through this video. Fair use.
Fair use.
But anyways, a hood rat to me is just absolute destruction. A hood rat to me is just absolute chaos. A hood rat to me is an unstable, emotional creature that you don't want to be around. A black man and a black woman, black men and black women are out here doing what we can to survive, to empower our people. And what do I mean? And this is what I mean by empowerment. By not saying, oh, we're victims, we're weak. I'm a black man living in America, I'm weak. No. Aren't we supposed to be kings and queens? How can you be a king but a victim at the same time? I don't really consider myself a king. I consider myself a god. Because what's a king to a god? We're gods. Whatever. That's how I feel. But I mean, are we supposed to be strong people, yet you want to cry? Rise above the ashes. Rise up with a full heart. I'm going to be real, bro. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not oppressed. I am not oppressed, bro, by this system. I'm not oppressed. I'm a dude living in the hood. You want to know who's oppressing me? My own people. And I'm not saying that to put y'all down. It's true. I'm speaking for myself. I am being put down by my own. I am more likely to get capped by one of my own than to get capped by a police officer. I am more likely to get capped by some young little dumb thug with something to prove than to get capped by a police officer. Now, I'm not saying police brutality ain't a thing, but I'm just keeping it above 50. I'm more than likely to get shot by one of my own. And the only excuse we have is, oh, well, Asians kill each other all the time. Oh, whites kill each other all the time. Aren't we like 12%? Aren't we like 13%, bro? Aren't we the ones out here screaming Black Lives Matter, hands up, don't shoot, and we killing each other? But me calling that out, some people say, oh, I thought you were for the cause, you're a coon. Why is it if someone calls out, if a black person calls out the stuff white people do, they're called hero, power to the people, yeah, brother. But when they call out this dumb stuff blacks do at the same time, because you know what I'm saying? They're unbiased. Oh, these same blacks be like, oh, I thought you were for the cause, man. I thought you were best. So basically, you want your cake and you want to eat it. You want to call out the dumb stuff other races do, but then when we call out the dumb stuff we do, oh my God. Imagine being that weak. Hoodlums to me are the worst form of people, bro. And you can argue, yes, they're misguided or they're products of their environment, but bro, bro, there's people who didn't even have their moms and dads, and they still had a role model who inspired them to be better. All this is sounding like is excuses to me at this point. Pull your pants up. Get on, drop that thug mentality, that mentality that should be a relic by now, that mentality that shouldn't even exist in 2021. Niggas are, no, I said niggas. I'll bleep that out. Hood blacks, thugs, because I'm not talking about blacks who live in the hood. That's what I don't mean that when I say hood blacks. I mean people with the mindset of, bro, I glorify, man, I did this for the hood, dog. Man, CJ from San Andreas said it best. What has the hood ever done for you? What has the hood ever done for you? CJ said, what the hood ever done for him? Always dragging him down. What I look like doing anything for the hood, dog? No, I'm not doing nothing for the hood. The only thing I'm gonna do is continue telling you the truth. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a liberal. I'm an independent. I am a man who thinks for himself and call it how he sees it, whether people like it or not. So like I'm saying, maybe if hoodlums, maybe things will truly change. If we stop glorifying music, if we stop brainwashing our people You know what I'm saying? Maybe things will change. Maybe it'll change, bro. I know I'm talking, I'm going off like, you know what I'm saying, whatever, because this is unscripted. I'm just speaking from my heart. I want what's best for humanity, and black people are part of humanity, so I want what's best for them. But I'm telling you that, bro, these thugs, bro, these hoodlums, these.
He reminds me of Cynthia G. Like these thugs, these hoodlums. Like Cynthia G, but like these bandits, these like it's like the same
Like
kind
it
of
defines
feeling.
most of it, like it's the predominant portion of our population.
Right. It's the same feeling. It's crazy.
And that's in the urban areas. In some places of urban areas, some places it's not. My thing is this: he's in no moral position to say much of anything about who, what, when, where, and how, because he still lives in poverty itself. He needs to be focusing on pulling himself out of poverty and problem solved. He won't have to be around those hood people.
You might find that other black people actually exist.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, did y'all catch when he said he's not oppressed? And then immediately said, I'm oppressed by my own?
I heard it.
Yeah. Well, me, I'm not oppressed by anyone.
Look, I mean, I get what he's saying, right? There's obviously a dysfunctional element in the black community, but my God, to act like that's like the other problems outside the community don't exist, that's where it gets me, man. Like they both exist. You can acknowledge both.
Yeah. Well, you have people that they're still in the same situation they were born in, and they want to talk about the whatever, but they're afraid to leave and try to do better for themselves.
Well, first we need to acknowledge why they were born in that situation. Has he ever asked himself why economically deprived black people tend to be huddled together? No, it's just ineptitude, just black ineptitude. That's all that explains that.
Okay, well, those are real logical talking points and this and that, but I saw my neighborhood go from middle class to Lyndon Baines Johnson house vouchers to ADC recipients. That's aid for dependent children. Moved in and made Inglewood and Chicago what it is today. I didn't like it. I took the military opportunity to leave and never looked back. It's not that hard to do.
But what I'm saying is to pretend that black people aren't at the mercy of larger economic forces is just a fallacious.
And look, you have trade school, you have trade school, you have college, you have the military. Those are three options. Somebody's gonna fit in one of them three pegs if you're gonna get your money on. Anybody that's from a state that's a union state, they know how much union electricians, HVAC dudes, and I just said dude, not know me trying to be sexist. Bricklayers, plumbers, they know how much they make. They make ridiculous electricians, they make ridiculous money 5 years on the job. And I ain't trying to do that, man, because oh, no, I don't know. Could you explain to me? Man, see, you always think a lot of people are making excuses. And that's all it is.
Our earning potential is not the issue. Like we do decent economically. They've proven that in what we spend each year. That's not the issue. The issue is that there is still a divide in what Black image looks like, what Black excellence looks like, what Black progress looks like. So until that, is the solved issue, and it doesn't take the whole community, but it does take a concentrated effort, you're going to have people identifying with saving themselves as individuals and then taking their resources to develop, counties and cities. And it won't change until we decide that we as a collective need to do better. And what does that better look like?
But I think
when everybody does better, everybody comes up.
I think we have decided that, and we're increasingly deciding that. But how long would you expect it to take? Right?
I don't know.
It's gonna take time.
I'm one of them people. Look, I did what I had to do to get where I need to be. I did my job for myself. You do your job for yourself, sink or swim, fish or cut bait.
Yeah,
I'm not my brother's keeper.
Yeah, I'm not dispelling what you're saying, Leonard, because you're right. Just it is a collective. It's gonna take time. It's gonna take time. Probably a couple more decades. But we don't. It's not an earning thing, is what I'm saying. We black people make money. They've proven that. Big consumers, overwhelmingly. We actually are the economy. If you ever run the numbers.
And you hear all the time, more black people are getting into tech. More black people, we're coming up. Yeah. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's fast enough even, but we're making progress.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that there's progress, and then there's concentrated progress. I think that there's still a disparity on what that looks like. And just honestly, talking from people of the older generation and newer, what does it look like? Because it's easy if myself or Leonard or you, Mr. Know-It-All, are doing well as individuals, but then if that is not a shared sentiment amongst the community, we're talking more than half, then there's still a disparity.
But if you bring what brought you success back to quote unquote the community, what's your reception?
What do you mean?
How you reacted to as a look, young man, this is what you could do, and you go from A to Z and tell them step by step, this is how you can pull yourself out this situation and move up and move on.
Well, I think that's one aspect of it, but I think that imagery really works very well in our community. Go ahead.
What has happened when you've done that in the past? I mean, I can tell you what's happened with me, but
well, what has happened is that those who want to do better, absorb the information and then apply it. Those who still have to go through their own transformation mentally take longer, if ever, because it still goes back to what is it that I identify with. I can overwhelmingly tell you how to get from point A to point B to Z and do it, scalable, whatever. But if you don't identify with what it is that, I felt was the level, then it won't matter. It's an emotional thing. It's an internal thing. It's a spiritual thing. It's a maturity thing. It's a support thing. It's collective. So it's hard. That's what I'm saying. When you think about Black people, what is the image? And overwhelmingly, media tells you what the image is. Right. Loud, destructive, dangerous. You rarely see representation like an Obama. And then that be louder than the next, the latter. So.
The thing that gets me about Obama, when I hear Black people say he didn't do anything for Black people, I'm like, Black people didn't ask him for anything. He got elected, and everybody Black was like, yeah, dog. We chilling, dog. We good, dog.
But that's what I'm saying. When you really talk, because I've had these conversations, when you say what you said, well, it's what do they ask for? Because when I've asked, in my little subsets, what do you need? Well, it's always economics, but economics is not the problem, because I can give you money, but if you have no systems, if you have no economy, if you have no political power, it's just you having more money. And you normally are just going to be more of a consumer. You're not going to lift up anything. That is a collective effort.
That word you just used, right? Systems. That's what Black people are lacking, right? The solutions most presented to Black communities, you need to go out, get a job, make some money. We don't have systems of money circulating in our own Black economies, right? Like if you go to a white neighborhood, you'll see kids, they'll get straight C's through high school. When they graduate, they'll go get a job like working at a grocery store, work their way up to management, and that's how they'll retire. You know what I mean? There's so many avenues of income and financial opportunities in more economically vibrant communities. And that's kind of what Black people are missing right now, is that the community should be more of a safety net. Not everyone should have to excel just to get by. There should be ways that you can just go work a regular job and still take care of yourself.
Agreed.
So
But then
something you could look up that was recently in the news within the last 72 hours. Walmart announced that they want to close 4 stores in Chicago, right? They looted one of the stores like crazy. The very next day, you had all of the black clergy in front of the store. See, if they wasn't trying to leave us high and dry in the community, we wouldn't have these problems. You wouldn't have these problems. I'm like, what about when, you had all the George Floyd stuff going on and they was looting Walmart too? See how quick they forget?
Yeah.
I heard it was because
I'm sitting here like, you all as clergy should be embarrassed of yourself having a press conference in front of a business angry that they're moving out when that business just got looted last night.
But you're speaking to the problem is that it's still this mindset that there's going to be an outside force that's going to come in and save the community. It's not going to happen. We live in a country that requires you to compete. It requires you to compete. If you do not want to compete, that's fine, but you can complain, but you're just going to get left because it's not going to slow down. They're not going to lower prices. They're not going to make things more affordable. You have to decide that I'm going to work my butt off or whatever to get where I need to get. And it will be easier if our collective community understood that, because we would compile these things together. We would work together, truly work together. I just don't see that as an overall, even something as simple as, I can remember when I was going to graduate high school, there was no option to ask my family for financial assistance. Like, that wasn't prepared. Everybody is in survival mode. And then how dare I sacrifice my 30 years of working and then give you my money to progress your life? I'm not going to do that. Do you know what I have to do to get to you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of those things. Because we still have people from Jim Crow living who live that. And, God bless them. But if you felt that you've been robbed of progress, and then now you're looking at modern time, the affordability of what your hard work has generated, well, you're reluctant usually to give that to the younger generation, who overwhelmingly is going to outpace you, which is what it's supposed to do. But,
Can I jump in this? All right, hold on a second, y'all. Hold on, y'all, for a second. We got 30 minutes until final thoughts, man. All right, go ahead, Octavius. All right. So from what I can see, right, I see the hood being the hood. I see, lower class black people doing what lower class black people do. Now, all these economic opportunities, these financial opportunities, these infrastructures that's not built, that a lot of people they decry. We need more infrastructure. I don't look at. I'm gonna say this for lack of a better. I don't look at the niggas to do that. I actually look at the educated people to do that. From what I can see, in any other community, the upper class are the ones that build these things, that have these banks and have these institutions where there's financial opportunity. And they employ the lower class. In the black community, that's not the case. As soon as a black person gets some education, as soon as they get some training somewhere, they take their skills and they leave elsewhere. And then they come back and then they complain about how the community is not built and that we don't have nothing. Well, the hood being the hood, them niggas gonna do exactly what they're gonna do. That's what they're gonna do. There's always gonna be high crime in impoverished areas, especially stuff related to money like looting and stuff. But as long as the educated class is not doing their job, we always gonna have these problems. So this is so to flip the tables, to turn it back around. This guy on the video that you guys had up, he seems like he wants to be an educated guy, or he is, I don't know. But if you have a huge problem with what's going on in the hood, and you have the ability to make it better, to stop it or whatever, I feel like there should be more action on that side, more so on the ghetto side. The ghetto side, they're gonna rap, they're gonna sell drugs, they're gonna smash hoes, they're gonna do that. You feel me? So I'm sorry, that's what I see.
No, you're right. You're definitely right. I think that your point is fair. The only thing I'd add to what you're saying is that, okay, so I like to use global representation. We are not the most impoverished country on the globe, on the planet, not even close. And there is places on the planet that have hoods, and they have the same level of, well, lower levels of poverty. What I find, however, is that there's something about culture that seems to regulate how they treat their hood. So there's upper class, middle, lower, but there's that culture seems to have a pride where they don't destroy where they live. Our community, on the other hand, doesn't have that. There's no parameters of what is pride. So even if you're saying the hood boogers gonna do what they do, you're right. But there still is a responsibility, because it doesn't matter if the educated, talented group of those who are Black take their talents, it's almost impossible to lift people past what they consider to be their comfort. If you live in the hood and you're okay with the way it runs, there's nothing I can do for you. I don't care if I bring 10 billion, 20 billion, it does not matter. You have to identify with there's a problem in this community. And then you have to be able to set a standard that echoes through that community. That's the problem. Go ahead.
No, there's definitely a problem. It's just that is something that's like it's the community's concern that is a problem. It's a problem there. But like I said, from what I see, even from the sisterhood, even from the women's side, they're complaining about the lowest class of Black men. Like, they don't build but building never came from the low class. That's my point. Building always came from the upper class, and then the trickle down economic thing happened. Okay, so like I said, the infrastructure period is only going to get established by the upper class. Now, should the lower class be more moral? Sure, why not? But in every low class, even in those other countries, they have real issues that's pretty bad. Maybe the murder rate ain't the same, but they got other stuff that's really bad. Actually, you know what? The murder rate is probably really bad. So I don't know. But the point is,
but you're proving my point.
When you talked about the trickle down thing,
yeah,
trickle down economics is a myth.
It doesn't work. Thank you.
Think about. I don't know if you're old enough to remember when Reagan was president. Okay, look back at the Reagan era, and they were talking about trickle down. Oh, hold on, trickle down economics. There's no such thing. It's a real cute phrase. It's a real cute phrase. You know, like Black Lives Matter march when it's a cop involved, but when Peanut doggone blast Nunu down the street, and everybody on the block know who did what. It ain't no marching in, ain't no Black Lives Matter in. Come on, bruh.
But this is what I'm saying. 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 As far as destroying the community when a cop kills a Black person, a lot of times when Black people are destroying, property, a lot of times those are like white businesses within the hood. It's never like the local barbershop. They're not blowing that up. You know what I'm saying? They're blowing up stuff that is clearly like, okay, this came from outside the community. They're destroying stuff like that. So they know what's what. Even from the bottom, they know a Black infrastructure if they see one. But a lot of times it's never anything Black established in the hood, and that's my point. The richer Blacks, the educated Blacks, they really don't come back. They leave and they go spending money in the white community. That's why we see this disparity. That's why we see like no real change, because the people that look like us that should care, they got that same mentality as that nerd that was talking. He got bullied by a few people. Now he's like done. He let a few bullies like take him. Like I just don't identify with you hoods and you You feel me? Like it really messed him up, just a few. So that's my point. Like, in order to change what's going on, even from a like, okay, to reduce the crime rate, even from a standpoint like that, there gotta be black people that come back and make it better for people. If not, the problem is gonna continue.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, and again, you're not totally wrong. But okay, so even if you look at this, there is a culture thing. This is not a racial thing. There's culture. There's things called corporate culture as well. Anytime you're starting to introduce a new standard, you do it in a company structure, you have to identify the culture. You have to identify the pulse of the company if you want to scale it, right? It's the same concept in inner cities. It does not matter if you bring economics. It's the very reason why they don't build certain businesses. Everything is strategic, my brother. They sit in rooms and they gather data over years before they even build out certain condominiums, certain retailers like a Whole Foods, because they understand that human behavior is going to identify with what they feel is their baseline. In inner cities, normally, there is a culture in the mind. I'm comfortable seeing the liquor stores. I'm comfortable seeing this. Because what happens is that if it's strictly economics, as you said, trickle down, it doesn't work, because if you funnel money into a neighborhood that cannot survive at the progress of that funneling, it pushes them to other areas. It's happening already. And they're just going to migrate to an area that is affordable. But if it's affordable with the same economical level based on effort, competitiveness, accomplishment, you're going to still identify with the same class of people. So it's not a money play. It takes people that live in these areas to not identify with the area from a lack perspective.
If what you're saying was true, there'd be no such thing as gentrification. Companies go into poor areas all the time and invest, knowing that strategically, mind you, knowing that this investment will draw a class of people who can provide, who can buy the properties or buy the services, whatever the case may be, right? What's keeping it's not.
You're literally proving my point.
No, it's not about the mentality of the people there. It's about knowing that whether the people there can afford, like he brought up Walmart. Walmart's leaving because these stores aren't profitable. People have to be able to buy your services. And that's what I was referring to earlier with systems. We don't have systems in Black communities that let people have a diverse range of outcomes, right? And so these places tend to be economically deprived. And with what Glocktavis is saying, with rich people need to come back, I understand why they don't, because they wouldn't be coming to a thriving economy. They wouldn't be coming to a place that can provide them with what they need and what they want.
Well,
what
it
would really take is, it would take, like, not even a Black-owned corporation, just like some sort of corporation or something that brought a factory, that brought an economy to a place. You've seen it as far back as the gold rush. When there was a gold rush, an entire mining town would build up. When the gold dried up, it turned into a ghost town. You see it in some cities like Detroit, used to be with the car companies that were there, the economy was more thriving. When the car companies start to suffer, the city dries up.
Well, economists have actually combated what you're saying, that the industrial age destroyed the competitive nature of the American small business economy, which you're starting to see turnover now, because prior to mid-century, our economy was a lot stronger because it was sub-economies. Like mom and pops, small business owners actually push the economy. Anytime you put like a big retailer and the monopoly of sorts, you absorb the talent, you absorb the workforce. And it's not fair. You can't compete because they can scale once they hit a certain level of critical mass. So I think it's a combination of both. What I see to be something, I encourage you guys to read Dr. Claude Anderson's book. He talks about Powernomics. Talks about this. It's collective. It still, to me, in my opinion, just takes when I say pride, I think our communities that are struggling just don't have that pride, because if there was Black businesses, true Black businesses, ownership and stuff, well, when you own stuff, you tend to take care of it. When you have an investment in it, you tend to feel different about it. You protect it differently. But if every store you walk into, the people don't look like you, the apartment buildings or the homes you live in, you don't own. Well, you kind of reject that pride because you don't own nothing. So you got to own some
that
stuff.
was my point. That was my point
see,
earlier.
you got the malls. The malls killed mom and pop businesses. Remember those big malls? Then Walmart came in, and Walmart killed the big malls. Stop me when I lie.
Like I said, listen, right? What you're basically saying is that more wealthier blacks don't see investing in the hood in the hood as worth the investment. They don't see it. That's what you're basically saying. At least that's what I think you're saying.
If
right?
you're talking to me, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
No, I'm talking to True.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'll try to clarify it. What I'm saying is that if we're going to use investing as the term, to invest means to yield when you invest. So it wouldn't economically make sense if I bring in the resources, I'm going to literally push out the class of people because they cannot afford what I'm scaling up. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It depends on what you sell. Like if you're selling pricey items, of course that class of people is not going to be able to afford it. But I was never talking about anything pricey. I was talking about basic stuff. Like if you want to build a grocery store, right? And you call it something catchy that every black person can identify with, and they'll know that's a black-owned grocery store. They're not going to destroy that. They're not going to tear it down just because somebody got killed. They're going to have pride in it because they're going to see people that look like them, and the store owners look like them. The title of the store is something that we identify with. You're not going to see even hood people destroy that. They'll be like, "Oh, we eat here. We're not gonna take that down." So to me, unless you see more of that, there's always gonna be this idea that there's no real investments, there's no real infrastructure in the hood because none of these companies are we got Bank of America, we got all these other conglomerates of big giant businesses that don't identify black here at all. They're just honestly just in some ways extorting the black community. You understand what I'm saying? So
I understand. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Who do you think dictates the market price of any item? Like who do you think determines that? Do you think it's the corporation or do you think it's the customer?
The customer.
Oh, okay. So based on that, even if I set a price, if I'm smart, if I understand the market, I'm going to set a price that is going to be beneficial to the customer because I want repeat customers, but I'm also going to want to be able to grow in profit. And I believe in most cases, if you have any business savvy, to gentrification, to the man's point, does exactly what I'm saying. If you scale the neighborhood up, the people can't sustain. They have to migrate. So it still goes back to the people who are in the neighborhood who want to identify with what do we want the neighborhood to feel like, to look like? How do I want it to appear to me? And if I'm comfortable with, with lower level living, it's not going to change. It's not going to matter what you do. If I put a better store there, if I put a black owned store there, they may not destroy it by looting, but they'll destroy it because they can't funnel the money through it for it to even thrive and survive, which it'll close.
That's why I disagree with what you said. You said it was the mentality of the people, and it's not the mentality, it's the finances. When you start bringing in businesses that aren't profitable, it's not because the mentality, it's like you said, they just don't have the means to buy your product at a pace that would make your company profitable. And so what typically happens is when you start, with urban renewal, is that people who can afford these places and can afford to make the businesses thrive, they move into the neighborhood. And you might even be able to trace this back. Let me know what you think about this. I just thought of it. You might be able to trace this back to white flight. Because you remember back when they built the suburbs and the white people left the urban areas, everything became more dilapidated because they were the financial base of the area. And so it kind of seems like because of our history, we still haven't gotten to a place where at least on a consistent level, a black community can collectively, I mean, I know there are black communities that thrive, but I'm talking typically predominantly black communities that can support a thriving, growing economy in America. We still
I look at it like this.
we still
I
depend to a
never
large
owned.
degree
Oh, I'm
on
sorry.
white people and their wealth to contribute to whatever communities we're in that are thriving, with some notable exceptions.
But yeah, but why? But why?
I look at it like this here. Okay, I've never owned a pair of Jordans in my life. The phone that I'm charging because it went dead is right here. This is an Android. If I go in my old neighborhood, I will see people walking around with Jordans, genuine type, Gucci belts, genuine type, Apple products, genuine type, and I'll be walking around in my everyday FUBUs is worn. You can see the wear on them, right? That I bought at Shoe Carnival. But my focus is on doggone credit and all of that. So my credit got me into a real nice piece of property on half an acre of land, and that's in there that's going good. Something happens to me, it goes to my son. See, that's what people's mind need to be. Everybody's trying to look the part of the big baller instead of focusing on, look, needs and wants. You don't need a pair of Jordan gym shoes. You're doing that to impress somebody else. You don't need these other things. You're doing it to impress other people. Okay? I mean, it's just like when my son's mother and I, marriage didn't work out. We were both married to two other people, and we got divorced from those two people around the same time. We went car shopping together. We bought matching Mercedes. Just because it's like, okay, well, we can afford it now. We couldn't afford it back then. When we got married in like 1989, we couldn't afford it. But now it's like 2017. We done went up the grade militarily. We're both trying to exit the military. We got our little twos and fews. We're good. So, it's, I mean, I understand young people, I'm going to sound old as hell when I say this. They want to be fly, but I don't think you all say that anymore. I don't think y'all say y'all want to be fly anymore. But that's what we just say. Oh, they try. Look at it, man. That's fly. That's some fly-ish right there. That's fly.
Lord have mercy.
So
that's a phase. You see what I'm saying? That's a phase that people go through. Some never grow out of it.
Yeah. You hear me?
Are we simultaneously making the argument that all black people do is spend their money on expensive items, and yet at the same time we can't afford to keep businesses afloat?
No, I'm not saying all. But if you want a great example of perpetual motion, give the average black person that's in one of them urban digs an unlimited gas card to fill up. Then tell them to drive around in the car and park that car on a piece of property they own. They'll be driving just like a Rolex watch, that secondhand sweep. That's why they call it a perpetual, because it don't stop.
Yeah, but that's low class black people. That's like you're talking about low class.
Okay, low class.
We're not, that's my point.
Not
like
high class.
Hold on. That's my point, because you want them to make sound investments, but they're low class. They're gonna do low class stuff. You shouldn't look at them to do anything like that. They're always gonna be what they are. The growth, the prosperity is not gonna come from them. The having property, that's not gonna come from them. What's gonna come from is from the upper class. Okay, everybody that I think that's complaining about the lack of economic opportunity in the hood, all those people are the ones that's supposed to create the economic opportunity. You know what? I'm gonna say this, and the crazy thing is, I love this guy. Like Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, I listen to him a lot. And my only thing with him is, okay, he talks about men and how many and the lack of opportunity there is for men, period, in America, especially black men. And I'm like, well, doctor, you're the guy to actually put everything together. Like, we'll sit and we'll talk. And the thing is, I know he did some things, but apparently it's not enough, especially for him. If we want to see this great change, if we really want to see it, and we're the ones talking about it, it literally has to come from us. It's not gonna come from nowhere else. Especially in any aspect, it's only gonna come from the upper class, and that's even true in the white community. All the inventors, the people that have the capital, to invest in great inventions. Everybody that can make that real difference is always going to come from them. It's never going to come from the broke bottom. All you're going to see at the broke bottom is maybe little sprinkles and glimmers of hope. But generally speaking, everybody's going to perform at a very basic level. You see what I'm saying? So he's talking about people spending money on Jordans. Like, first of all, that's little kids. Like, of course, there's grown men that still like Jordans, but going after sneaker trends and all of that, that's like kids. Okay. But even still, if you're saying that they don't have any financial intelligence, that makes complete sense to me, given their families, given where they came from. That to them, having a pair of Jordans is a sign of economic success. They wanna look like they have money to them. So that's true on that front. But what I'm saying is, if you want somebody to own a Nike store in the hood, it's not gonna come from them. It's gonna come from somebody that got it like that. Somebody is black that got it like that. That's all I'm saying.
But that's
true.
what.
But on the low end, black men really need to step up, because it makes no sense.
Stop worrying about that.
I'm gonna give you something real right now. It makes no sense that you have a higher percentage of black American women that are in the armed forces of the United States than black American men.
That makes complete sense.
They are outpacing.
Well, there's 2 million more of them there, so I mean,
that makes
2 million more of them. There's 2 million more of them, but when you take into consideration, it's 2 million more. That's true. But when you take into consideration the single mother ratio, you can't just go to a doggone military recruiting station and you want to join the military and you got a kid and you can bring your kid with you. No, you got to sign over custody of that child to somebody if you want to go, and many are not willing to do that. Okay, so that balances that whole equation out right there when they talk about black men that are incarcerated. The incarceration factor versus this.
No, because black women and black men's struggles are completely different.
I'm not talking about struggle. I'm talking about getting up off your backside and doing something.
One mic. Hold on. My point is, black men, a lot of them never had their fathers. Black women always had their mothers. Okay, so they are. Hold on, brother. They are encouraged more to go for it. They got their parent, their same gendered parent in the household. That's why you hear all this black girl magic and you go girl shit. Listen, they have that mentorship. Black men, a lot of us ain't got none of that. Only thing we got is maybe the hood, maybe the street, maybe some OG. That's about all. Okay, so you're gonna see areas in which black women do perform a little bit better. You are gonna see that, but that's not even my point. You so steady stuck on the low class of black men and what they should do and what they should not do, when honestly there should be no crazy expectations about somebody being born in the hood from a broken family with no father and no money and damn near no skills. Okay, you're not going to see much from them besides what you see. So I think we all need to let go of that. Stop expecting these niggas to be super moral, or super driven and go-getters. It's really not going to come from those group of men. You're just going to see what you see. So my point is, and I'm going to keep saying it, the real growth and real opportunity is going to come from the upper class of black men, Period. It ain't even come from the upper class of black women, because you know when they get money, they get selfish. But it's gonna come from the upper class of black men. It's always been that way.
And I know that's
My father died when I was 3. Okay, 1966.
We're not talking about you, Leonard. We're not
I
talking
know.
about
I'm
you.
just saying. So my father died when I was 3. I did my thing, and I'm where I'm at. And there's other people that did the same. It's all about choice. Okay. I know common sense ain't common. So if somebody can't pass the common sense test, hey, Jesus loves you. That's all I can
saying
give.
all the niggas,
Jesus
so you saying all the niggas they got common sense? You saying they all
Easy on the
dumb?
swears,
Okay,
man. Easy
so
on the
what?
swears.
I think what I think what I'm saying is that and I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm gonna stay on my point because it is a mindset. It's not a hyper moral thing. It's a standard. That's why I use the comparison of global economies in places like Brazil, Colombia. It's not so much moral. It's that there's just a pride that exists. And this pride used to exist. It just has deteriorated over the decades, but it didn't matter if you lived in the hood, there was pride in the hood. There was pride. It's gone. It just continues to slide further. And until that changes, that's not an upper class thing. That is a where I'm at thing. So I don't, just because I live here, I've been in people's houses that live in the same zip code that is quote unquote struggling. You can walk into their home and it don't look like outside. And then you go someone else's.
Let me ask you a question, True. Where's that pride gonna come from? That these black men are missing, huh?
It's a combination. Sometimes it's spiritual awakening. Sometimes it's outside influence, some motivation. Right. It got to come from somewhere, obviously.
Right, exactly. You know where? You know a good place where it could come from?
Where?
Black men that already get it. Black men that's already in the upper class. Black men that's already established. That kind of pride that could trickle down to the black men that ain't got it. That could be established. And honestly, I think that's where it gotta come from. Like, let's be real. It's not gonna be spiritual. It's not gonna be spiritual. It ain't gonna be no outside motivational speaker from the white community.
No, I agree.
Come right
from. He said it right earlier, right? That it's just like that in the white community. Most people ride the coattails of the successful people in their communities. And if your community has more thriving members, you're gonna have a lot of people. They can wait tables and be bartenders and all sorts of low skill things and still take very good care of themselves in life. Whereas in less thriving areas, you don't have that. And so I agree with what he was saying about upper class blacks need to be the ones who bring this change. But the issue is that a lot of upper class blacks are still just employees. We're still employees out here. There's not enough entrepreneurs. I think it's not just about the upper class. It has to be more about entrepreneurs and some sort of innovation that they can bring that can somehow, they're probably going to have to be a little bit, I don't know what the word is, but they're probably going to have to be willing to start businesses that aren't as profitable as they could be.
But outside of that business, Mr. Know-It-All, that's
okay,
why I
fellas. It's been past 30 minutes, so now it's time for final thoughts, man. Who want to go first?
I'll go.
Go ahead, Mr. Know-It-All.
So I'll just finish the point I was saying, that I do agree that with Glocktavius that it is going to have to come from the upper class blacks. They really just, because I think that the upper class blacks are the only ones who, first of all, would enter into a business venture with the mindset of helping their community. Whereas most other people have the luxury of entering into businesses to make money. That's their number one motivation. And with even though a black entrepreneur would still want to make money, he can do it in such a way that he is intended to benefit his community. And I don't see these disparities being closed until black people have that quote-unquote safety net. I'm not talking about welfare safety net. I'm talking about communal safety net, where your community is thriving so well that you don't have to be an exceptional human being to thrive, where you can just ride the coattails of the people who put businesses in your communities, who put functional schools in your communities, who have so much going on that there's now hiring signs around every corner. When it's like that for Black people, that's when we'll know we've made it.
All right.
And that's it
All
for
right.
me.
Who wants to go next? Final
No,
thoughts.
I'll just double down. Thanks for having me. Great conversation overall. I'll end it on this. I agree with what I think Octavius, I think his name was saying to a degree. I think it is a combination of both. But I still think that to identify with the upper class Blacks, or whatever term we want to use, that still is kind of like a savior mindset. You are individually responsible for pushing yourself, and there has to be a shift in the pride from if you're a dishwasher to a CEO. If you are going to do anything in this country, you have to identify with where you want to be. And I agree with Mr. Know-It-All that you thrive differently in an economy that is built, but it's just never going to happen if you rely on the very small number of those who ascend to the highest heights at a 13% representation in a country with over 80-something% of an opposing race. But thanks for having me. Appreciate the time. You guys be easy.
Hey, good final thoughts, man. Much appreciated. All right, Leonard, you up, bro? See what you got.
Okay, well, what I have is this. I know a number of white people that were in the military with me that got out before they should have and had a life plan set up, and they wish they were living my lifestyle. Now, the one thing that I don't hear from Trailer Park Tom and Tammy is Elon Musk need to come back and do this and do that and blah, 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 blah. I don't hear them doing that. And someone had brought up something about a safety net as a welfare. They're like 69,500,000 whites on welfare. If you look at the Department of Agriculture, Food and Sustenance, because that's the provider of welfare, and you do the math as to the percentage of the population, and you will see you have more whites on welfare than the entire population of Black America, almost times 2. So I'm a firm believer. If everybody collectively do what they need to do to get their come up on legally and do their thing, everything else will be eliminated. And someone said something about third world countries and the poverty that they have there. See, now Muhammad Ali, and this is his quote, not mine. This is a Muhammad Ali quote. When they went to do the Rumble in the Jungle, if you ever watched that movie with him and George Foreman, he said the difference between Blacks in Africa and Blacks in America is you all have dignity in your poverty. Now that's a Muhammad Ali quote. I'm not that profound, okay? I'm not. But if you watch the movie When We Were Kings, see, because there's a lot of catch. People watch movies, but they don't listen. They're being visual. Just like this one called Rebound. When you had the guy that made Rucker Park in New York, was denied playing the high school championship, and the white coach came up and said, you people are good at playing games, but you don't know how to play the game. See, that went right over people's head. And I'm sitting here like, look, listen more. You were given 2 ears for a reason. See? Use these more than that one mouth. You'd be surprised at what makes, come and happen for you. That's completely great. That's my final thoughts.
All right. Well, that's everybody. Let's see if Melody got anything to add.
Yeah, I just ran back from the kitchen.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
I had to go get me another sippy sip.
Oh, there you go. I think this was an awesome conversation. Thank you to everybody on the panel for coming up and having this conversation. It was a needed
Very dope.
conversation.
Very dope
Right. It was
discussion
dope.
tonight, man, for real.
Now, I have a question for Melanie right quick. Did you ever look up that Blue Vein Society video I told you about?
Honestly, no. But I will. I'm sorry. But I what
You better stop playing.
I'll look it up though. I'll look it up before I go to bed.
Look up that, look at those videos, and that'll tell you some things that you are not aware about that happened right after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. That was the next thing that happened. Oh yeah, that's the reason you have this racial divide: light skin, dark skin, black, and blue vein society. I tell people about it all the time, and people just forget about it. Look at that. It's very informative. I mean, it ain't just one video. It's a number of them.
All right, definitely.
Yeah. Melanie.
Definitely.
I plead with you.
Okay, I'll definitely will.
Please watch that. You'll be like, oh my God.
I will. But what are your final thoughts, Killa Swag?
My final thoughts is this is definitely a conversation, in my opinion, that should have been had a long time ago because of all the stuff that's been ramping up in these spaces. And yeah, because I mean, let's just be for real. A lot of people don't want to talk about this type of stuff because nobody really wants to face the ugly truth. So this is a conversation that definitely needs to have on more than one occasion, in my opinion. But for right now, this is definitely a good starting point. You know what I'm saying? Because I would love to hear everybody else's take on this because this is really a problem, not just in these YouTube spaces, but also in real life as well. So that's all I got to say about that. Dope discussion from everybody on the panel. Salute to everybody on the panel that gave their takes on everything, man, for real. Like, y'all really gave me a lot of good insight tonight, man. I'm not even going front.
Yeah, bro. You pull up any videos, Blue Vein Society, look at them because, see, she could do a stream using those videos under fair use. And that would cause a whole lot of conversation. I'm telling you, it's deep. You'll be like, what? And really? It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, me and Melody, we'll talk about it.
Okay, yeah, y'all, collabo and see if that would be a good topic idea for y'all. I'm just giving one. If y'all think it's good, roll with it. Not, hey, throw it away. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, we all in for suggestions, man. We ain't turning down no suggestions. Like, if we can do it, we'll definitely do it. And then if we do the collab with that, we'll definitely shout you out for giving us that info.
Oh, you ain't got to do that. This, man, that's information. Everybody, any melanated person that is standing on ground in the United States, they need to doggone know about that. They really do.
All right, Melody, it's your turn. What's your final thoughts?
No, I was just saying thank you everybody for coming. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all of the super chats. Did you get any cash apps, Killa Swag?
Nah, it was pretty dry tonight.
It was dry tonight, but we appreciate everybody. And, hit his cash app. It's at the bottom of the screen. It's Killa Cow 10. So make sure you do. He did a great job tonight, as usual.
Appreciate it.
And this is episode 4. It's in the books.
Yeah.
One for the books. All right.
For the book.
Love, peace, hair grease. I'm out.
All right, see y'all, man.
All right.
All right, yo. Let me see. Okay, we got this going on. Oh, we got a super check that just came in from Know It All. What's going on?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Know It All. for the $10 super chat. He says, thanks for having me. This is for both Melody and Killa Swag. Good night. You should have
Appreciate
cash
you,
up
man.
him because you know they take 30% out and I don't get this until whenever. But thank you so much, Killa Swag. We appreciate it. I'll make sure I hit him off with $5. Thank you. But you guys, really, when we go live, because since we're both streaming it from our channels, until he's monetized, he's using his Cash App. I'm using a super chat. So guys, make sure you are Cash Apping Killa Swag every time we go live.
And appreciation to everybody that does that for real, because I know y'all don't have to do it, but if y'all do decide to do it, man, that's real love right there, man. I appreciate that for real.
It's real love, for real. Thank you, everybody, for the support. And we will see you episode 5 next week on Killa Swag's channel.
Yes, sir.
Oh, did you get any new subscribers?
I got one new subscriber. You know, just got 7 more into the 100.
7 more subscribers, guys. All right, so there's 12 people left. Everybody know we're closing down, but 12 people are watching right now. Make sure you guys all go over to Killa Swag's channel and hit the bell. Subscribe. Oh, Rizza said she just subscribed.
Oh, I already know she did, man. You know, I seen her in my community post the other day, so yeah, I know. Okay.
Oh, drop your link. Drop your link.
Dang, the only person I know that was dropping a link was Cynical.
And that's not good because you guys are mods, and I made you guys mods for a reason because I trust you to drop whoever is on the panel's link for me. That's what I really need my mods to start doing, dropping the links of the person on the panel. In this case, it's my co-host, Killa Swag. So I'm going to really need you guys to support him more. Drop
There's
the
the
link.
link, y'all. There's the link.
And drop his
RZA
Cash
dropped
App.
the link. Yeah, RZA dropped the link to that too as well. Appreciation to you, RZA. So there y'all
Alright.
go.
So right now, I'm going to give y'all 2 minutes because I'm about to shut down. We're about to shut down. So within 2 minutes, hit subscribe to his channel. I'm so tired, guys. I can't even think right now. Subscribe to his channel. Mr. Know-It-All said he subscribed.
Yep, I see it. 6 more now.
Definitely. Next week, we will be having not the same conversation, but we will be having a conversation over on Killa Swag's channel. So make sure you are subscribed. Show him some love.
Yeah, and plus when you subscribe to my channel, you don't know what all I got in store. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you go always get the KillinEmSweetly, but just like how Melody does over here on her channel, sometimes I might hit y'all with a solo topic as well. And I think I got a topic that I want to do maybe sometime next week, and you might want to pay attention to it. If not, it's all good. Y'all could always catch the replay, but it's all good. And if Melody wants to slide through, she can as well.
I definitely will come and show you some love. Oh, and by the way, GC and I will be doing our live tomorrow. We're going to do something similar to this. We're going to try to go live once a week. Just like we are KillinEmSweetly, GC and I are Checkmate. That's the name of our hashtag. Hashtag Checkmate. Which Killa Swag helped with the name. Kudos to you. But yeah.
Hey, all I could do was just give my advice.
Right. So check me and GC out tomorrow. We have a good show for you.
Yeah, and y'all make sure y'all knock them dead because you know a brother got to work tomorrow. So I'll be watching from the clouds.
Of course. I appreciate you. Okay, guys, we will see you guys later. We're gonna end it with our theme song.
Yup.
Let's go.
And y'all get to look at our beautiful faces while we are about to get up out of here. So, in closing, deuces, y'all.
Deuces.
Leak about to take off.
You know what to do. Hit the subscribe button.